you guys. How are you all? Thank you guys for being here. Good morning. So we're back at our coffee and crime time, except today we're not going to go through tons of different cases. We're going to watch an interview. I can't wait to get into this with you guys. So let me say hello to you, and then I want to give some thoughts, and then we'll get right into it. Hey, Nature Rocks. Why are you sorry? Hey, Lucky Spinster. Hey, Mayla's mom, girls. Nana, Sandra, good to see you. Hey, Foxy. Hey, Petunia. Tony, we love you back. Hey, Sunday Doodles. Rexy, Shortcake, Hippie Chick, Teacup, Chloe, Sparkles, Queen Bella. Thank you guys for being here. Meg, Struggle is Real, Alicia. Good to see you. So we've got a long interview, and we're just going to go through all of it. We'll be here for a little while this morning. Hey, Riley. Hey, Elena. Okay. I'm going to give my thoughts along the way with the interview, of course. But I do want to say something. So, all this talk about giving credit and stuff like that, while giving credit is important, it's taking away from what matters here. That's just the truth. I mean, I get comments on every video now about that. And here's the thing, like today, first of all, we're going to be watching from Grizzly True Crime, who was the first person who requested this. And she was kind enough to send me the video without commentary. So we're going to watch that, which, I don't know. That says a lot to me. I have a ton of respect for her. I like the way that she does things over there. And I always appreciate, because at the end of the day, it's not all about credit and stuff like that. So she did not have to do that. That was unbelievably kind. And but I've linked her video with commentary in the description. Please go check it out. Also, I know that Lil Red, Teresa, a few people got the interview after she did. And so we have our own copies too. I have to download the one Lil Red sent me, but this will be easier. And, I really do appreciate her getting the files. And then not only that, but sending me the one without commentary for us to go over. That was super kind. And, I don't know, it just says a lot when you're hearing everybody bitching about credit and this and that. It meant a lot to me. So that's the plan. Hey, Rody Gal. Hey, Jennifer. Hey, Music City Mom. So, the Stephan Stearns video she also sent, but I'll probably have the files downloaded. It's unfortunate the way it works though. And I saw this in an email that we had, but I just didn't notice it before. But it says, these files will be free because someone already paid the redaction fee. It's not always like that. Some places make everybody pay. That's the way they're doing it. It is what it is. At the end of the day, this is about much more than that. You know what I mean? So anyway, yeah, if you haven't subscribed to her channel, go check it out. It's linked in the description. I'm sure you guys have, but just in case. And we're going to get right into it. But yeah, I appreciated that so much. I really do. And yeah, she absolutely did not have to do that. It was super kind. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to watch the entire thing, 2 hours, 53 minutes. So it's going to be a long morning. I'm going to try to not pause and give commentary over the audio so we can get through it quicker. But you guys know I'll probably be pausing a lot. I'm really hoping to not keep you here all day long. So I watched with G the other night, but I'm anxious to hear your thoughts. Me too. When the other night when she first released it, I was pacing the floors. This was so nerve-wracking. That's why in the thumbnail you have Kermit biting his nails, because that's how I felt. I will say the officers give me hope. We hear all the time about people doing officers doing a shitty job investigating their case, prosecuting people, whatever. Karen Reed, for instance. And then when you see someone like this, he cares. It's major. I really appreciated that. And, he's going to call her out on many things. This is the interview. Remember, we saw, and I have the files. I'll be pulling them up in the background. But remember, this is the same interview where we heard that she said the sex stuff wasn't evil. What she actually said was, I believed the sex stuff. I just didn't believe he had done something evil to her. That was what she said. But it's interesting because I feel like, when we get there, you guys let me know. But if you've already heard it, do you think that what we heard first made it sound worse than it was? Or do you think that it ended up being worse than it sounded? Because I saw both. I kind of thought we got it wasn't as bad as what we had heard in the report, but I saw some people say it's much worse. Hey, Rockabit. Hey, Wolfie. I've already watched it. Don't think I can listen again. Jen is an oblivious idiot. Sorry, can't believe she didn't know what was happening for years. That's okay, Rexy. Well, that's what this live is. So if you don't want to watch it with me, then probably won't be interested, but that's what we're gonna do. Sex stuff is evil. To me, that is still a terrible statement. Let's go ahead and get right into it. But again, like I said, Music City Mom, I can't wait for you to see this then. Let's just get right into it. Again, thank you so much to Grizzly. You guys, please go check out her channel. She covers lots of different stuff. She's doing a trial right now of a case that I really didn't know anything about. So also really appreciate that. She lays things out in a timeline when she's presenting it. So, because she knows the case, but this is what she said. Since we got the no commentary version, we won't hear it. This interview took place right after the audio interview on the first that we've already heard. It's about like an hour long, I think. And then we have this. This interview takes place in the early afternoon of March 1st. Maddie was found at 4:30 p.m. March 1st. So just so you guys have like a bit of a timeline. Hey, Jen. Hey, spread love, not hate. No, that's okay, Rexy. I understand. Okay, let's get right into it.
You want to talk to each other then?
With all kinds of people stuff.
Oh, I can't wait for you to hear it. Now, in the other interview that was going on, since they haven't started yet, and we're just watching Jen there for a moment, I'm going to turn it down and talk to you. So in the other interview, Stephan was in there, like it appeared to be a 6-hour interview. However, they left him setting for hours, which I love. Okay, so yeah, this takes place at 12:47. That's the timestamp. He was found at 4:30 p.m. I'm going to go ahead and start pulling up our files in the background. So I'll be away from the screen for just a minute. But this way we can have some things to reference as we go along.
My name's Kevin. I work for the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I'm the Detective Small.
Kevin. Now I'm going to turn it up. I really liked Kevin. I just have so much respect for these guys. But
All the way from the city. The goal, obviously, Kissimmee Police Department's doing most of this investigation. We're at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. Our people, we have resources out there, obviously doing active. So it's kind of a joint effort. So Detective Small is kind of, we're going to go read through the timeline of everything else. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're going to go there. All right.
You want me to go through the whole timeline?
Yeah, we'll start with Sunday. Take me through Sunday.
Okay.
Now, I just want to say, I know people have a lot of emotions over this. They have a lot of feelings about Jen. They have a lot of feelings about it all, but please feel free to have your opinions, no matter what they are. Just make sure you clarify if it's an opinion. I would appreciate that so much. And let's try not to argue with each other just because we might see things differently, because I've noticed that tends to happen with this subject. So.
Sunday. Here's that tissue.
Yes, ma'am. Mention Gretchen.
Foxy. Lindsay.
So actual tissues?
No.
All right, I can give you this whole roll.
So Sunday, birthday party. She spent the whole day at my mom's house. We celebrated with the whole family. I was at work. I just started a new job last week or the week before.
Okay. Where's that at?
Walt Disney World at Coronado Springs, front desk concierge.
Okay.
I was finishing up my last day of, no, it wasn't even my last day of training. I was still in the middle of training. Sunday in the middle of training, I couldn't miss to go to her birthday party. So I went to work.
So there we go. A lot of people have had this, why didn't she go to the birthday party? A lot of people were very upset about it. But she says that she was in training because, remember, she had started this new job and that she couldn't miss.
It was my family all day. She had the best day. She was so happy when I got home and I saw her.
Is that the list?
At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stephan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee.
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me.
Teacup, let me know if that is the list she gave, because I know she does give the list here. Well, when we hear it, we'll double check it, but I want us to look up these medications and what they might do.
Or he texted me, I'm not sure. But he let me know he was there and that she was getting ready for bed. She was doing her routine. So she took her nighttime meds and she got in the shower to get ready for bed.
What meds? What does she take?
She takes hydroxyzine.
Okay. What is it for?
It's for anxiety and for sleep.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, could she take that by herself, or would he have given that to her?
I think she took it by herself. She got home and she had already taken it.
How do you know that?
That's what he told me.
That's what he told you. Okay.
He was there when you got home? You got home, they were already at the apartment? Okay.
I don't like her taking her meds without somebody visually seeing, watching her, because I don't want her to accidentally grab the wrong pill. She's comfortable enough to grab the pill bottle. But I'm like, no, I need to watch you take it.
Is there
Don't get too far into this out of the documents. So remember, we heard an audio interview that takes place right before this. So on March 1st at 11:57, Detective Smallwood and I contacted Jennifer at her residence for a follow-up interview. I advised Jennifer that we would be taking her to the sheriff's office to retrieve her vehicle. I advised Jennifer that I would be taking over the investigation and there would be a press conference this day to announce it. Jennifer asked, when I said we, did we mean homicide? So I'm thinking the audio interview that came out first was in the vehicle. You guys correct me if I'm wrong, but they went and picked her up for this. So I'll keep looking and grabbing little things that are relevant to the conversation.
That's what you took too many or took the wrong thing? Or just like a thought in your mind?
No, just a thought in my mind, just me being hypervigilant. I want to physically watch her take her meds and watch her grab two, take them. I don't ever want there to be an accident of She took too many, or my biggest fear is that she would take Adderall by accident, her daytime meds.
Got it.
My biggest fear is something she says a lot. That's a crazy.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds because I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like I couldn't smile in front of the guests. I felt this wave of depression that I hadn't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again that I've been medicating myself for all this time. I realized I forgot to take my meds, and I said, you guys, I need a good night's sleep. I need to take my meds.
Okay, so remember, everyone's like, why do you need a good night's sleep? Maddie's going to school the next day. So apparently she missed her meds the night before. Medication comes up a lot in this situation. In my opinion, they were living in this very toxic world, in my opinion, where, a pill fixes everything. It's a huge focus on pills. Even Stephan's parents say Stephan is asking for anxiety pills. He's taken, they all have ADHD. They're on Adderall, this, that.
I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep. Suggested that we all sleep together in the same bed together, but not the easiest person to sleep with. She rolls around, she punches, she kicks. We have a king size bed, and she typically sleeps on one side, and she'll end up on my side when we wake up.
Okay.
So I asked her, I'm like, no, please, I need a good night's sleep. If you guys can go upstairs and let me sleep. I had asked Stephan to take her to school in the morning.
What was Sunday? So Sunday you took your meds. What meds, if you don't mind me asking, what meds do you take? And how does it put you to sleep deep? Does it help you fall asleep, or does it help regulate you? What kind of happens when you take the meds?
So they do all of the above. They make me sleepy. They help me stay asleep, and they help me function.
Now remember, also, Stephan's dad says, like, when they're out, they're out. You can't wake them up.
Stable all day. They only work well if I've got a good night's sleep and if I've eaten with them the night before when I take them, or the night I take them. The medication is called Giadon. Generic brand is called Ziprazidone. I took my meds, and then I told them to start getting ready for bed, to start heading upstairs and get ready because it was already almost 11 o'clock. It's past her bedtime. She needs to go to sleep. So I sent them upstairs. I think he may have come down at one point to pee before bed, and then he went back upstairs. He uses my restroom because the roommates upstairs don't want to share a restroom with a male. Yeah, so they
wouldn't want to share a restroom with his nasty ass either. I'm sorry, not when I'm paying to live there. So Giadon is an antipsychotic. You may treat bipolar disorder or schizophrenia. It's an atypical dopamine serotonin antagonist. It may cause, let's see, I just saw it. Common side effects: dizziness, drowsiness, dry mouth, twitches. It's an atypical antipsychotic used to treat schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. It may be used by mouth or an injection. Now, I think this is really important because these medications could play a role in her reaction and behavior. You know what I mean? I know people don't want to hear that, but it is true. And I know people in my life that have like severe bipolar, and when they've been on some of these heavy duty meds, they almost become like zombie-like.
Sorry, frustrated with
You're
you.
fine. Sunday night he came downstairs, maybe overnight to use the restroom.
Yeah, and then he went back upstairs and they went to sleep. Or, right, I think they went to sleep.
Okay.
I don't know. I went to sleep. I was woken up at some time. For the longest time, I've been saying he woke me up at 8 o'clock in the morning because I assumed he was taking her to school and getting ready for school. But in reality, I don't know what time he woke me up. The sun was out a little bit, it was still a little dark. And I was very sleepy when I got up. I was kind of drunk. But he came in to walk the dog, to put the leash on the dog and walk him.
Was the dog in the room with you?
Yes.
So did he wake you up on purpose, or was it just kind of like the causation of him opening the door and you realizing somebody was there?
Yeah, the causation of him putting the leash on the dog.
He woke her up on accident. That's why he told her, go back to bed. God only knows what would have happened had she gotten up at that moment. Mayla's mom says, I don't think if she's been on medicine for so long, she would still be flat. Doctors don't want people to stay flat. Well, I'm not sure. I don't know, but I know like the person in my life who's on those kind of medications, as long as they were on them, they were like that, but they wouldn't stay on them long. It would be like, several months and then stop taking all meds and have another episode type of situation. So I really don't know. And then Gator Lips says the degree of failure with adults in this case is beyond excusable levels. And I completely agree. At the end of the day, whether she was aware of what was going on or not, and we're going to get into that. I'm going to try to hold back on the pausing, you guys. Whether she was aware or not, there's some major failures here. There's some major issues. I completely agree. And not only with her, with the teachers, with everybody. But in my opinion, I still think she should be punished. That's what I was going to say. I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry, you guys. But yeah, if she was aware or not, I kind of still think you should be punished. It's not always about your intent. Sometimes it's about your impact, and that's just that.
Dog reacted. He gets very nervous and will urinate. If you put the leash on him too directly, you have to be nice and talk to him. He's a nervous dog. Yeah. So I got up to try to help him, and he said, no, go back to sleep. I'm fine. I got this. And I said, you sure? He said, yeah. So I laid back down and went to sleep. I heard noise in the kitchen, but I'm not sure who it could have been getting ready, but it could have been Stephan, it could have been any of my roommates. I fell asleep again, and I didn't wake up, I think, until 9 o'clock in the morning.
Did you ever leave the bedroom in that time frame?
No.
So he came in, you were kind of woken up based on him interacting with the dog, but you stayed in bed, you didn't leave the bedroom. So if you woke up at
Julie,
9, so you never.
I'm going to start some of
Monday
this.
morning.
We'll talk
So the
about
last
it.
time you would have been Sunday evening? Okay. You're fine.
I want to see her. Yeah.
Take a minute. Right? While you take a minute, I was going to ask you earlier, has anybody reached out to you during the time that you've been investigating this? Talk about that or anything else? Negative, positive, neutral?
My best friends have all been in contact with me just to try to help me. There's setting up Facebook groups, flyers,
No negative interactions with the public or anything? Nobody's reached out with tips or accusations or anything
This
like
mom
that?
does not believe.
not that I've seen. I've been avoiding social media because my family's telling me to not go on.
Would you be okay with our digital people looking at your phone to verify there's no stuff coming into socials, text, things like that?
That's fine.
Do you have the phone?
Yeah.
What they'll do is they'll plug it in, they'll do a forensic download of it so they have the data. That way they can go through it and say, we did receive things, we didn't receive things, here's the communications in and out, things like that, so we can verify that for you.
That's fine.
What's your password on it?
030288.
030288. Okay.
birthday?
So we are going to, she gets very upset over her birthday being tomorrow, but I'm starring your comments. A lot of you guys have really good things to say, and I will address them. We'll listen for a little more and then take little breaks and talk. That way I'm not like driving you guys crazy, pausing every minute.
Her birthday's tomorrow. Right.
Today's the first.
Interesting, right? Things are gonna bring the emotion. Your birthday tomorrow.
It's the worst birthday ever.
Lariah. Evan. Yeah, Nicole, here's the thing, though, and I want to allow people to express their opinions. Nicole says, it seems most in this chat have never been unwell and needed help. In my opinion, she needed help, and she thought Stephan was doing that. I don't agree with her having them share a bed, but damn tough crowd. This case, that's why I said at the beginning, it really brings the emotion out of people, and understandably, so we just have to try to understand each other, where we're coming from. We all have different walks of life. We all have different perspectives. I want to touch on, I'm saving your comments about people who have been on these medications and things. I want to touch on that. Just, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. Let's just try to, even when we disagree, get through it together with being kind to each other. Also, before I press play, oh, I'm getting worked up. Why do you guys think the birthday thing brought it out of her like this?
That way they can get that going, so we can get it back to you before we're out here. We don't keep it from you.
Okay.
So you said about 9 o'clock on Monday,
Yes,
you wake up.
Yeah. I wake up. I have a doctor's appointment. I leave sometime between 9:30 and 9:45. And I head over there. It's blood work appointment. The appointment's for 10:15, but they take a while to see me.
Where was your appointment at?
LabCorp. And do you want me to tell you exactly which one?
Sure.
Oh wait, I have my phone.
When we get it back, we'll go back to it.
It's, you need to Google it. It's the LabCorp across the street from the Loop in Kissimmee.
Okay, got it.
Had my appointment. I finished there sometime between 11:15, 11:15. Then I headed home. When I got home, Stephan was there. I had talked to him a little bit earlier while I was waiting for my blood work appointment, and he let me know, oh, I'm so sorry, I left my phone at home by accident. School, everything went great. She got up super early, got up really quick. She slept most of the way in the car. I asked her multiple times if she wanted McDonald's, so she said no. Because that was the plan, was that they were gonna stop at McDonald's that morning and go get breakfast.
I am shocked that he could act so normal to Jen anyways, but was Jen even paying attention? Because there are a few questions, and I'll point it out when the cop's like, did you ask about the flat tire? And she's like, no, I didn't think about it. I almost think that she is so, self-absorbed, and like I told you guys yesterday, not in the way where, oh, I'm the best, I'm the prettiest, I'm the funniest, blah, blah, like that, but like absorbed into her own mental health medications, feeling sorry for myself, kind of, if that makes sense.
He said that he had gone to the vape shop and they were closed and they didn't open. So he waited there for a while and left, and then said he was going to go back later. When I saw him at the house, everything was normal. We were chatting, we were talking. He was acting normal. He was sitting in my computer chair, just messing around on his phone. While we were hanging out, he mentioned something along the lines of, "Oh man, I've been avoiding this phone update for a really long time. I should probably update it now." And I said, "Do it. Don't avoid it. Just get it over with." And he updates his phone and then tells me, "Oh my god, I don't know what button I just pressed, but I just factory reset my entire phone." And I said, "How the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone?" He goes, "Yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and I just pressed the button and it happened." And I said, "Oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks." Later on, he tells me he's going to go back out, and I think this is around 12:30, 1 o'clock.
Still on Monday?
Yes, still
Okay.
Monday. 12:30 in the afternoon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He tells me he's going to go back out. He's going to stop at a few gaming shops, and then he'll meet me at the house at 2:30 so we can get together. He left. I hung out in the house for a while. Was waiting for 2:30 to roll around. 2:30 rolls around, and I'm already calling Stephan, and he's not picking up his
We
phone.
know why, because at 2:30, what was he doing? At 2:30 is about the time he was disposing of Maddie. Even saying it like that makes me sick, and there's parts of this interview where she says, "What would you dump a body?" I don't remember her exact words. I'll point it out when we hear it. It's really hard to hear her speak of her in that way. But I want to just say a couple things. So, Teacup, you have a great point. She does say, in one of the interviews, it was selfish of me. I was selfish, and I can appreciate that. She realizes that. I still think she's a little oblivious, because why wouldn't you even question or think about like him not showing up to go to school with you to pick Maddie up, or, the tire being changed? I don't know. Even his dad thought that's strange that two events would happen like at the same time like that. And then the next one, the only other thing I want to say is Mayla's mom says, if we can excuse Jen due to meds and mental health, we can excuse Chad Doerman, Tiffany Lucas, etc. Mental health can't be an excuse for one, but not all. Just my opinion. So for me, I don't think of it as an excuse. I think of maybe knowing more about what was going on, and we're just talking about that. I don't think there is an excuse. In my opinion, like for instance, Lori Vallow, I do believe she's mentally ill. I still think she should pay for what she's done, but it is interesting to kind of figure out how this happened and what was going on. And so I think that's why, at least for me, that the medication comes into play, and with her tone and her reactions and stuff like that.
2:30 comes, I leave. About 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him going, "I just got back home. I left my phone home again. I'm so sorry. How long ago did you leave?" And I said, "About 10 minutes ago." He goes, "I'm so sorry. I missed it. I really wanted to go with you." And I'm just like, "It's fine." I figured he wasn't going to make it, because when I looked at the time when he left and said he was going to visit 3 shops, I didn't think he had enough time to visit them. He told me while he was gone that he got a flat tire somewhere on 182. The wheel just shredded and fell apart. So he was changing the tire, and it took him a really long time to do it. He said he hurt his thumb while changing the tire. Like the frame or something slipped and something pinched his finger and he ended up having to yank it out. And he said he hurt his finger.
I want to touch on something real quick. When you were calling him, he eventually told you that he left his phone there. Did you hear the phone at the house?
No. If it was anywhere, it would have been upstairs and I wouldn't have heard it. It would have been in the guest
Do
bedroom.
you typically go upstairs?
Who, me?
Yes.
Only if I'm doing laundry.
I was just curious if you had heard the phone when you were trying to call him that day.
I didn't. So he tells me all that. I get off the phone with him. I'm waiting. I wait for about an hour and 10 minutes. 4:04, the bell rings, and I'm waiting. I'm the first in line. And she doesn't come out.
You were in your car?
I was in my car, in the car line. At this point, it's been a few minutes. She should have been out by now because she's usually one of the first kids out. She knows I'm in the front line. And I'm holding up the line behind me because there's kids getting in the cars behind and they're all waiting. They can't get around me, right? So I start calling her, forgetting that I have her phone on me. I had found her phone earlier that morning. She had left it at home. And I brought it with me because she does this often. She does leave her phone.
Where was the phone at the house?
It was on top of
Once we get like an hour in, it is very intense from that moment on. So we're just going to try to get through the beginning. I do understand everybody has very intense feelings and thoughts on this, and that's okay. Like, I like to hear from all of you guys. I'm reading your comments and I'll be putting them on the screen, so everybody can kind of join the conversation.
Dresser in her bedroom.
Downstairs? I knew her bedroom.
Downstairs.
Okay.
So, just so you know, I have a 4-bedroom townhouse.
Okay.
The living room has a partition in it, a fake wall kind of thing. That's got her bedroom in it. That's got a bed, a dresser, and a desk on it. Does she sleep there? No. She'll hang out there. She'll use her computer and hang out there. That's her hangout spot.
Little Red, no. I mentioned at the beginning that we do have it, that you just got them yesterday, but I haven't finished getting them downloaded yet. So no, but Grizzly was kind enough to send me the video link with no commentary. So we're just using that. But by the time we go over Stephan's, we'll probably just be using our own.
But she primarily sleeps with me every night in my bed. That's because I know the roommates wake up super early in the morning. They're going to be in the kitchen. They're going to wake her up if she's sleeping out in the living room. So I don't.
So your bedroom downstairs, her makeshift bedroom downstairs, guest bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
Got it.
Her dresser, her phone was on her dresser. When I found it, I was like, oh my God, she's on the phone now. It's great. I brought it with me to the school because I was just going to yell at her and then just hand it to her so she could have something to do on our way home. 4:10 rolls around and she's still not out, or 4:09. And then at this point, I'm feeling the pressure from the cars behind me. I'm like, okay, they're all full. They're all waiting for me to leave and she's not here yet. So I take off and I'm thinking, maybe I missed her.
I'm sorry. That is so odd to me. Why do you just take off? For me, which, I have little kids and a teenager, but if any of them did not come outside, I'm not leaving that school. I'm getting out and I'm going in there. If I'm feeling pressure behind me, but we're all different and we have to keep that in mind when we look at things like this, because we think I would do this or I would do that. And at the end of the day, we're all different. I mentioned this like in reference to people saying, when someone's kid is missing, why aren't you out there looking? Some people would, some people wouldn't. We are all different. But it is really hard for me to understand how you just leave. But again, I have to remind myself that we're all different. I feel like, I don't know.
I forgot to tell her I was picking her up from school today because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't working. I don't know if she knew if I was off. So I asked, I don't know if I told her that I was going to get her. So I left thinking maybe she walked. That's pretty close to school. If I can't pick her up at school, that's where I tell her to I drove the path she would have walked. I didn't see her. I got to the office. And she goes, no, it's a little too early. And I said, okay, let me go drive back down, wait along the path she would walk, and just wait. And I parked and I waited. I waited. I'm not sure how long I waited. Maybe somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes. She still wasn't there, and I looked at the time and I'm like, okay, she should be back at my mom's office by now. Maybe she took a different path and I didn't see. So I went, no, she's still not here. And I'm like, that's really strange. So I call, I don't know if I text her, I call. I think I text her. And I asked, hey, or I called her. I asked, and she said, no, she didn't make it to first or second period. And I said, what do you mean? She was dropped off close to the school. She should have been in school. She goes, no, she didn't make it to first, second period. I said, please check with the rest of your friends, see if she made it to any of her other periods. At some point in this, I emailed one of her teachers asking, actually emailed a few of her teachers and 2 of them responded. One of them said, no, she did not make it to class, and I checked her attendance for the rest of the day. She wasn't in school at all.
Just briefly, I want to tell you guys, so because of this case, the laws have changed in Florida. The schools are doing things different. They've implemented something new this year. You can look it up because the details, I'm not going to be 100% because I don't have it right in front of me, but it's something where they have to call when the kids don't show up by a certain time. They have to alert the parents, which is important. I mean, the fact that a kid can miss school all day and the parents aren't notified is scary. It really makes me uncomfortable as a parent.
I mean, a screenshot of like her attendance and it said 0, 0, 0.
You still have that on the phone?
Yes.
Okay.
If you need to know what app, I'll tell you what app. It's a special school app.
Got it.
He said she was missing all day. And at this point, I start to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off. I had to go check her attendance at school, but the office had closed already. The lights were off. I could see a student sitting in there in the darkness, but I couldn't see any of the administrators or anybody in the office. Lights were off, everything was closed. They wouldn't allow me in. I think at this point, the teacher had responded to me and told me she didn't make it to school at all. I start having like a freak out panic attack.
Are you still just you at this point? Is it you and Stephan?
It's me and my sister. And I want to say one of them is Catherine. I start panicking and I think at this point I call Stephan and I tell him, hey, because she didn't make it. She's absent today. There's no attendance of her at all today. I'm like, right now. And he said, okay, I'll be there. And he came to the office. And
Hey, Jay. I'm going to pull the article of how the law changed. Also, we're going to switch internet, I think, in a second. This is, I guess.
There for like 3 hours, I think. Eventually I contact one of my friends whose husband works, or ex-husband works for OCP, or for you guys.
Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I messaged him and I talked to him and I asked him what I should be doing because you guys aren't responding quick enough.
Would you know his name? Where he works?
Yes. Nick Mann.
Okay.
Or Mahon.
Do you know what he does here?
I think he works for SWAT.
Okay.
Sure.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
He tell you to wait?
trying to find the article on the school district. Oh,
I think he let us know that there were other kids missing in the area, which is why you guys weren't responding quick enough.
you see that on the body.
I think an 8 and a 9-year-old had gone missing around the same time too. In a playground, they forgot to tell. They didn't tell their mom they were going to the playground or something like that. So all the cops were over there on that side of Hunters Creek. My sister's boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, whatever he is, thought it would be a good idea to go to the park and talk to a cop there and see if he could bring a cop back, and that's what he did.
Okay.
And then at that point, that's when the cops started asking us questions, taking a report.
Here, let me see. I don't know if the law changed or the policy changed. I did find this. So Orlando says Madeline Soto case, Osceola County School District changes absence notification calls. The school district has made changes to its attendance call times to parents in the wake of the death of Madeline Soto in late February. The district said the new changes are to ensure a more proactive approach to enhancing the safety and security of all students and is especially important in situations where a student may be unexpectedly absent from school without prior notice. Teaching is first and foremost in the education system, of course, but a child's safety and welfare is on the parent's mind as well, said Joshua Sellers, a parent in the district. Beginning on March 25th, attendance calls will go out on each day of school. They will start going out at 9 a.m. Students who take morning dual enrollment will not be included because they have no first period. Elementary school calls will go out at 10 a.m. Middle school K through 8 and Osceola School for the Arts will start at 11 a.m. So, and it goes on. I'll drop the link to this in the chat so you guys can read it as we listen if you are interested.
Interviewing me, they interviewed Stephan. They asked Stephan to take them back to the location where he dropped them off, and he showed them wherever he dropped her off. They were looking for cameras along the path, and I don't think they found any cameras along the way to see if there were any video recordings. I think.
Did Stephan go with them in their patrol cars, or did he drive himself and they followed? How did that work?
I think he went with them in the patrol car.
Okay.
That was.
Then they came back, and then that's it. Everything was done. The cops were done. We were done.
What time? Do you remember what time that was on Monday?
It was after dark. It was at 8 o'clock.
What did you guys go do after that?
We were in separate cars, me and Stephan.
Okay.
I ugly cried on the way home. I shouldn't have been driving, but I ugly cried on the way home, and I went straight home.
She ugly cried on the way home, and the cop's gonna kind of.
And then the first thing I did was call Fox 35 News to see if we can air some missing children information out there.
When you say ugly crying, just overly emotional tears, makeup running, or is there what is your meaning of ugly crying?
Sobbing where I couldn't see the road, and I shouldn't have been driving. Like I was swerving.
Makes sense. Fox 35 come out to your house, or what was their response?
They responded the following day. I think we did a Zoom video interview.
Did Stephan follow you home?
I don't know if he followed me, but he drove home. Yeah.
I mean, was it within a reasonable time when you got there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Drove home. We waited there. We didn't know what to do. I stayed up late. I think I called Fox 35.
Now, from the photos inside the house, we did see a couple things. Number one, we saw Jen taking down the phone number and making notes about National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We do know that she did those couple of news interviews, so it looks like she must have been reaching out to them. Excuse me. But I just want to address your comment for a second, Runs with Scissors. Why are teachers still so clueless to the signs? This is the thing. They weren't. They were meeting with Maddie. One of the counselor was meeting with her on a monthly basis, checking in on her because they had conversations about her missing school, her having bad grades, her not being happy with the man that lived in her home, how he was a creep and weird. And as a matter of fact, she started to do better once he moved out. Because remember, he moves out, I think, in December. And it seemed like she improved. But the teachers, I guess they were oblivious to a degree, but they were taking note of these things, meeting with her, having her draw out her feelings, which in one she wrote, why, and something about crying. And they even had her tell her mom and show her mom that drawing. So, there were so many red flags that were missed or, maybe were noted, but they didn't think too much into. And even the counselor says, there was nothing that would have made her think this was happening. Well, when a child is not coming to school, they're making bad grades, they're falling asleep in class, a lot of times when the kid is falling asleep in class, that's because they're not resting at home. You know what I mean? And I don't know. It's really frustrating.
Yes, I do. I think I had to eventually eat and take my medication. He told me he was going to go out cruising that night to go look for her. And I said, I even questioned that. I asked him, are you sure it's a good idea? You should probably sit tight. Let's just wait to see if she comes home. And he said he was going to take a drive out. I had completely forgotten about him wanting to take the drive or that he actually did it. And it wasn't confirmed to me until the following day where agents came to the house and we sat in the car for a good amount of time. And I noticed the chair was adjusted. And I said, did you drive my car? And he said, yeah, remember I said I was going out last night. That's right, you did say that.
Can he tell you where you looked?
I think he said up and down 192. And I said, why there? And he's like, I don't know, I'm just looking. I was just trying to look anywhere. And I'm just like, okay.
Did he say if he found anything or talked to anybody? Or just
now remember, he went back. She's saying why there. That's the area where Maddie was found. However, she couldn't have walked there. So it was confusing. Why would you even be looking there? It's going to get pretty intense here in a minute. Little Red says, and I wanted to bring this up because I've seen a lot of you guys mention the Woody Allen comment and what that means to you, in your opinion. A lot of people believe that means, that she knew or had an idea of what was going on. But I have to ask you, speaking of it getting intense, the cop is all over. He's not buying any of her shit. He basically tells her, and we're going to hear it together, that he doesn't believe her sadness, her tears. Things aren't adding up. She's protecting Stephan over her daughter. It makes me think, though, that if they had anything to arrest her, they would have, or they will. But we hear, the local news says that they spoke to the police and that they don't believe she broke the law. I played that video for you guys the other day. So, I don't know. But a lot of people have a huge problem with the Woody Allen comment. I'm seeing that a lot.
Yeah, right.
When you were getting ready for bed, you were tired, emotional, were you falling asleep when he left, or were you already asleep when he left?
I was already asleep when he left.
Okay, did you sleep downstairs? In your bedroom? When you woke up, was he already awake? Was he still sleeping?
He was asleep in his bedroom upstairs.
The guest bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you take your medication that night?
I did.
What did you guys
And
do
I say
Tuesday?
it gets really good, but I loved hearing him stand up for Maddie. Like, I really, really did. I really appreciate this officer, and I cannot wait to see him testify.
Or just you. Yes, if you're not together, you're not together. What's the timeline on Tuesday?
Tuesday, he slept. I woke up early and started making phone calls to like the National Hotline for Missing and Exploited Children. I called the number that the sheriff's office had given me to see if they had any information, and they let me know that she was like the what did she say she was? I don't remember what she said her position was, but she had just gotten into the office and was just starting to work on it, so she didn't have anything new for me. Her name was Bonnie Mitchell. I remember that. She asked me to send her some photos. The National Exploited Children's Hotline place asked me for photos as well.
I'm gonna try to find those images of her journal
I think at this point,
where she jotted that down.
I had asked my friends and family to start contacting news outlets to try to get as much attention on this as possible. I had a lot of phone calls coming in, and I was picking all of them up, hoping that any of them could help me. But it ended up being news reporters or people who had seen my phone on the my phone number on a flyer and was trying to give me suggestions. Somebody letting me know that they took flyers all the way to Orlando International Airport and posted them all over the place in case she was being trafficked. They suggested that I go to Amtrak and Greyhound. I had my sister making all these runs for me. I didn't leave the house to do any of this.
Stephan's still asleep.
Yeah.
So her sister did all of that stuff for her. She didn't leave the house.
Eventually, reporters come to the house and do an interview.
Oh yes, we know about that
And at this
interview.
point, Stephan was awake.
The one-
I did an interview with them, and then Stephan was crying.
Jen, we know the interview, the one where you're comforting Stephan, rubbing his back and all that stuff. Oh, and Stephan was crying.
In the background, and I said, Stephan, do you want to do the interview? You can if you want. And he sat in front of the camera and did an interview where he cried.
Do you know which news outlet that was with? I know there's a video on Fox 35
With him sitting
to be on like a webcam.
Yeah, that was Zoom. He was sitting in the background for me.
Okay.
I know
Did you
that
have
one.
in-person interviews
We
with reporters?
Yes. I want to say it was Channel 9.
Okay.
we were
Yeah, Channel 9.
So just briefly, let me show you while we're here. Here is, this was in the evidence photos that have been released. It's photo at National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.org. She's also got, I think it's a sheriff's office, someone from the sheriff's office phone number here. Let me see here. And then again, we talked about this, which appears to be something Jen wrote. Some people say it sounds like what you how you would describe this if you were trying to get disability. I have a real problem with people trying to pass this along as Maddie's diary. I don't believe that's true at all. And yeah, I think that it's wrong. I saw videos, Maddie's diary reveals this. No, the one thing that I will show you that Maddie drew before we get in, continue, that just breaks my heart is this picture here that says summertime sadness with a girl crying, a girl walking. You can see the sun rays kind of coming down on her. And it says, I've got my eye on you. Now, I think both of those might be Lana Del Rey songs. I'm not sure. But yeah. Okay.
And he spoke to them?
Yes.
Okay.
And he ugly cried in front of the camera too. So he was fucking fake sob crying.
Are you saying that now, or do you?
I'm saying that now. I didn't
Okay.
think that at the time. At the time, I thought he was truly heartbroken and not that he had done all this shit to her. Like, I look back at shit now and just like, he was fucking lying. He was fucking faking. What else has he been lying to me about? I know he's like a master liar and manipulator because he's done it to his parents, and he's told me and shown me the lies he's done to his parents.
So then
But I don't know
him
why.
around and watching your baby. If you know he's a master liar and manipulator and you have watched him do it to his own damn parents. I'm sorry, but when you take it, I can't stand someone who takes advantage of their parents. Like, that really frustrates me so much. My parents are so precious to me and I would do anything for them. And if anybody takes advantage of them, like, you're going to deal with me. So to me, if you see someone who is just bold about lying and taking advantage of their parents and they're showing you this, like, hello, red flag.
I never thought, not me.
The lies are about money, they're about where he's at, what he's doing, what's he
Yeah, all that.
to his parents.
Yeah, he's stolen money from his parents. They used to have a few $1,000s hidden in like a closet for emergency fund kind of thing. And during COVID, he stole, like, he wanted RC cars. See, if he wants something, he's gonna get it, no matter what. So he wanted RC vehicles, the remote control cars, fancy ones. They were a few $100s, and I'm poor. I know I can't afford it, and he's showing up at home with these things. And I asked him, "Where are you getting the money from? Because we don't have this money." He goes, "Oh, my dad." And I said, "Your dad gave you money?" He goes, "No, I took some from his closet." And I was like, they have an emergency stash? And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, he's gonna notice money's missing. And he's like, "No, he won't. It's so much money in there, he won't notice at all." I've confirmed with Chris later on that he did notice money, but he never asked his son. But I let him know, yeah, he was robbing you and just buying himself toys. He's also lied. Most recently, he lied to his parents about where he would be. He told them he would be at his friend's house playing video or board games or something like that, but in reality, he came all the way to Kissimmee to hang out with us.
Okay. But you guys were together Wednesday? After all the interviews, did you stay Wednesday? Would you? I know
Yes.
we had some detectives go meet you guys Wednesday, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Were you guys in the house together till the detectives came?
Yes.
What kind of happened after the detectives came?
Do you feel like everything's supposed to get blurry?
Oh, I get it. Trust me, we've been in this office for like 3 days straight.
Yeah, so I just don't remember what day I had conversation with you guys.
Tuesday night, Orange County detectives came out there because I ended up coming out Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember seeing me or not that night.
Now it's gonna start to get a little intense, you guys. I'm just gonna let you know. This one here that's speaking now, this detective, he doesn't talk a whole lot, you know.
That was the first night we were at the apartment into the nighttime.
Yeah, is that when you guys shut down the house for forensics?
Yes.
Okay,
Tell
so,
us about that.
okay. So earlier that day, I think Detective Hunt came, or somebody came, and asked Stephan for his cell phone. If he would willingly give it up so that they can look at it, or if they would need a warrant. And I remember him saying, "Should I have asked a warrant? Should I have?" And I'm like, "No, you got nothing to hide. Give him your fucking phone." And I think we hung out in the house for a little bit, and then when you guys came in the evening, and you guys told us to wait outside, and we waited in my car.
Now, this is the part. We have talked about this in depth. I need to find it in the report as we listen. Jen and Stephan are out in the car because they have taped off the house as a crime scene. Forensics is in there. At this point, he tries to get into her phone. We read this in the reports. He tries to get into her phone or using her phone into his Google account, probably to remove, the images that are saved in his cloud or whatever you call it. in his Google Drive. And they have the conversation how they're focusing on the wrong person. They're focusing on Stephan. Here, let's listen to this. I'm going to try to find that report because we have talked about this in depth.
He started getting very anxious and very panicky, going, I want my phone back. I want my phone back. And I said, listen, at this point, it's their phone. It's theirs for fucking ever. I don't give a shit. We will buy you a new phone. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever they need, they need. Like, let them look at it. And he's like, I just want my phone back. And I'm just like, are you trying to make yourself more suspicious? Because, like,
what an odd thing to say, right? Are you trying to make yourself more suspicious? There's a few things she says here that hit the ears funny, and I think the officer or the detective picks up on that.
If you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious as fuck. Like, what are you doing? I'm thinking he's just getting impatient because he's bored and wants to play on his phone. And at one point, he takes my phone to start playing with it. I give it up, and I said, here, play on my phone.
Not to interrupt, but I really want to bring in the documents and the evidence that we have and tie it together with you guys. So here we have Tuesday, February 28th. As Stephan slept, Jennifer began making phone calls to the National Hotline for Missing and Exploited Children about Madeline. Jennifer also contacted local news stations to put the information out to the public. Soon after, news reporters came to her residence and completed an interview with both Jennifer and Stephan. Detective Hunt responded to Jennifer's residence for follow-up interviews with Jennifer and Stephan. Detective Hunt received consent from Stephan to review his cell phone. During this, Jennifer and Stephan were inside her vehicle outside her residence because the residence was secured pending a search warrant. Jennifer stated as they were waiting in her vehicle, Stephan became very anxious and very panicky because he wanted his cell phone back. Jennifer eventually gave him her phone, and he started trying to log into his emails, but was unsuccessful due to a two-way authentication issue. I asked Jennifer what the conversation was like between her and Stephan while they waited in her vehicle, which she stated they discussed how law enforcement was focusing on Stephan, the wrong guy. From there, Jennifer and Stephan contacted Chris to notify him of the situation and ask for assistance with the hotel, which is where they met Chris and so on and so forth. Rainbow. Sorry, you guys, my pup is...
Have fun, because I think from my phone he was trying to log into his emails, but he couldn't because you need like two-factor authentication from your own phone. And I'm just like, what are you trying to look at? And he's like, oh, my shipments, my packages. He's addicted to buying shit. That's another thing. Me and his dad couldn't figure out where Stephan was getting money from to buy stuff since he's been unemployed the last 2 months, but he's constantly buying himself packages, buying himself things off of Amazon, buying himself things off the line.
Is this stuff you can confirm, or you think he's doing this?
What?
Buying packages.
I can confirm because I am linked to his Amazon account, okay. And his parents can confirm whatever UPS packages or whatever he's getting at home. But I'm linked to the Amazon account. If you guys have my phone, you'll see whatever shipment. I think most recently I did like birthday party.
Yeah.
If you see birthday party stuff, that was me. But everything else, him.
Chopper, so she doesn't have immunity. She has, I think the term is derivative immunity based on, so the one interview, any information she gave, as long as she was honest, officers cannot use that to arrest her. However, they can gather there might be more we don't know about, right? I don't know about that, but based on what we know and what we've seen, they could gather evidence in other ways, not through her in her interview and what she disclosed, and use that to arrest her. But, it only applied to that specific interview. And it was just basically, they won't use what she said against her. But let's say they found images of her and they're going to ask her in a minute. If they find images of her and Maddie and some kind of with Stephan and a sexual manner or something like that, if they found text messages talking about it, they could use that and arrest her. Now, we heard yesterday in the interview with Chris Stearns, the detective said they went through her phone line by line and they have not found any evidence of that. But at this point, this is in March, and I don't think they've gotten everything back yet. And they're not handling her the way you would expect them to handle a grieving mom who they might have to tell your child may be deceased. They're handling her like a suspect, in my opinion. Let's keep listening.
He's constantly buying stuff and he doesn't have money. He keeps saying he's got money in his savings, but me and his dad called bullshit because he hasn't had, when he lived with us,
That's true,
he was
Katie.
struggling. His dad was helping him pay his bills, paying his rent, paying his gas, paying his insurance. Stephan was helping us, supporting us by buying food and all that stuff. But I don't know what he did with the rest of his money. And I don't know where he's getting money from now.
You were telling us that he was trying to log into
He's
his
trying.
emails.
So he's trying to log into his emails on his phone. And I said, two-factor authentication, you can't do anything. You're just gonna have to wait till you get your phone back. What else? We waited in the car. I think at this point, when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad. Because I had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him.
This is another thing that hits the ears weird. What? Oh my God, let me rewind this for a second. I'm trying not to rewind. We still got 2 hours to go, but Lord have mercy.
And I'm just like, we waited in the car.
What?
I think at this point, when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad. Because I had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him. And I'm just like, they're focusing on the wrong person. They have the wrong person. And in my head, I'm convinced you guys are that you have the wrong person.
Oh my God. I know, here's a warning because I'm going to rage. This is just infuriating, but what? Let me know what you guys think about that.
I wanted to think that he was good.
Before we get ahead of that, what is the conversation like between you two when you're in the car? Because y'all were in there for a good while we were trying to figure things out at your apartment complex or your condo. What's the conversation like inside that car?
Yeah. While you thought, oh God, just let me just.
I'm trying to think back to what exactly we were talking about. I know I remember late in the evening, like when you guys let us know we couldn't come back and I called his dad, or we called his dad. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, we need to call your dad and I think we need to get you a lawyer.
How in the hell could this be your thought? And she's going to say something which validates what I felt. So in the beginning, when she started, when she said we instead of he, when talking about dropping her off at school, I had a feeling that she was trying to keep people from being suspicious because he was the last person with her. Right. And that people's first thought would be, did she even get dropped off? So maybe she said we to keep people from being suspicious of him. I just can't understand how, if they are sealing off your house, they have forensics there, your child is gone, she didn't go to school. Why the hell are you worried about him and him being falsely accused? It's really infuriating, and I'm not alone. The officer is going to confront her. You guys, if you haven't heard it, you will hear. why does it seem like you are looking out for Stephan more than Maddie at times? And I'm not saying that, she knew more than she knew or anything. I'm just saying this is ridiculous. We got to be honest about it. This is damn ridiculous.
I feel like they're focusing on the wrong person. He kept saying the same thing. He kept repeating what I was repeating. That they're focusing on the wrong person. They're wasting time there.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They fucking know something, or there's something, like, they know something. Something's happening. They wouldn't be locking down the house this way if they didn't have suspicions of something. But I wasn't thinking, I don't know why I wasn't thinking him. Like, I was just like, no, they've got the wrong guy. He just kept saying that they have the wrong guy, that they're focusing on the wrong person, and that we're wasting time, and we call his dad. We tell his dad to come down here, and his dad did come down here and met us at a hotel. That was another thing. I don't have that much money. I live off of disability. I couldn't afford to put us up on a hotel. Like, when you guys said that we couldn't return, I was like, I don't know where to go. I was trying to think if any family member would have a spare room or anything like that, and not that could take the three of us, or when I say three of us, I mean him and the dog. And I know at my mom's house, we wouldn't have been welcome. My mom does not like Stephan. She's never liked Stephan.
Yeah, I think mom has some good instincts.
So I knew that our only option was to go to a hotel, but I couldn't afford it. So we called Chris, and Chris met us at a hotel by Disney,
Okay.
off of Western Way, and that's where we went. We got there pretty late. We checked in. I used the restroom, and I was getting ready for bed, or laying down in bed probably around 3:30, 3:45 in the morning, and I fell asleep. Stephan was already asleep at this point.
Did you go straight to sleep when you got in, or just kind of drifted off as you were falling asleep? As you went to the bathroom, did you go straight to bed?
He was already in bed before I went to the bathroom.
Okay.
I was on my phone for a little bit. He was laying in bed snoozing. I went to use the restroom. I was in the restroom for quite a while because I had like a terrible self. When I came back out, he was asleep. At least I thought he was asleep. But
His dad stayed with you guys?
not in the hotel room. He stayed in a different room on the same floor.
Okay.
The following morning, I wake up, I think around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Stephan's not there. And I remember thinking, he left again without his phone and didn't tell anyone where he was going.
Remember, we have to pause here for just a moment so we can line things up with what's going on here. This is when Stephan takes the trip to Northport. It's a 3-hour drive. This is when he hides his evidence of the 30,000 images. Well, when I believe, because we know he put that in storage and he went by the storage building and his dad found it and turned it in. But he also, while he's in Northport, tries to get into his Google account again at his parents' house. Unsuccessfully.
That's suspicious as fuck again. Why is he trying to?
But we took his phone, so he got a new phone?
He didn't get the new phone until later that day, where his dad woke up, came to our hotel room, and then handed him a phone.
Okay.
and said, "Here, have this phone in the meantime until you get your old phone back."
Yeah.
Oh, so you're just saying he's out and about with no phone?
Yeah, he's out and about with no phone, so there's no way for us to contact him. There's no way for us to. I didn't know if he even knew how to get back to the hotel because I drove that night. He's a little oblivious to when it comes to directions.
Oh my God. Oh, Jesus. Worried about him finding his way back. Mayla's mom says, when she talks about the way they slept in the bed, my blood pressure was raising. I just cannot see how she finds this okay. I can't either, and we will definitely talk about that when we get there. But it's interesting you say that because Dietz also said that she had noticed something when she was talking about the way they lay in the bed. But yeah, we can get into that in a few. But
so I was just like, he didn't even figure out how to get here. But he rolled in around 11:15. Rolled in with a cup of Wawa and said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just driving around. I grabbed some Wawa on 182 and got lost. I didn't know how to get back to the hotel."
how many people are going to take a 3-hour trip without taking their phone? And once you realize, I'm sorry, but for me, I'm going to realize I don't have my phone pretty damn fast and turn around.
But I'm here now. And I'm just like, detectives are about to show up. What the fuck would have happened if they showed up and you weren't here? Like, you would have been a fugitive. Like, what are you doing? And he was just apologetic about not telling anyone where he went.
But he had a Wawa cup and he said he was up at 192.
Yeah, but in reality, I know that he truly took my car in the middle of the night to Northport, Florida, and was down there for an hour and came back.
Yep, he did. Okay, Wawa is a gas station.
I didn't suspect that at all.
Okay.
Yes, we're going to watch it all.
I literally thought, I'm like, oh, this man, we were right next to like a a Target. So I'm thinking, oh, he's probably like stress shopping, just looking at stuff. He likes to browse. Or just like maybe he's in there somewhere. But I didn't have a car. I couldn't go out looking, right? And also detectives were coming, so I didn't want to leave. Detectives eventually show up.
Didn't want to break up the interview, you guys. I want to just get through it. Also, my plan was, that's why we did it this morning at 8:00. Want to get through all of it. If it takes us a while, we'll be here a while. That's just, usually I would break it up, but I think that it's important to see it all in its entirety at the same time. That's just the way I want to do it. So yeah, probably be here a little.
Actually, we were in the hotel room for a while. He went back to sleep and slept. I took a little snooze for a little bit that morning, and then I got up, and then I went downstairs to the lobby, and I saw Chris. And Chris asked if I wanted some lunch, so we went to the hotel bar and ate some lunch. We brought up some lunch back for Stephan. Told him to eat a little bit. When he woke up, he took like 2 bites.
B-Crumbs, that was freaking sweet. Thank you so much, B-Crumbs. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. And welcome to the new members. That is super sweet, and I appreciate that so much. I'll make some new emojis.
Then detective showed up. He went downstairs. They let us know that there was a press conference happening, which we already had an idea was going to happen. And they told us they would give us a ride and escort us to the conference here. And that you guys would let us in the back way so that media wouldn't see us. But in reality, now I know that was just to interview guys with us. But yeah, then we showed up here and got separated. Haven't heard from him since. Haven't spoken to him since. Have no interest in speaking to him at all. Yeah, that was it. Then we got interviewed.
What have you done since? Like, where did you go back to the hotel? Did you stay somewhere else?
No. So after the interview and all that stuff, Chris took me to my sister's house. I've been at my sister's house ever since.
Okay.
Yesterday I went out for a little bit to go to Target to try to take my mind off of things. I went to Target to go get myself a toothbrush and deodorant, things that I didn't have because I left the house the last second. I also went to my ex-husband's wife's mom's house.
Interesting.
Complicated overall.
Now, her ex-husband is also brought up in the documents. Now, I'm going to find that for you guys so we can take a look and try to tie that together with this too while we're listening.
Yeah. Yeah. They consoled me. They just kept me company. They made lunch. Then I went back to my sister's house, and I've just been pretty much there ever since. When I went to Target, I decided like, oh shit, I shouldn't be out in public. People could recognize me. It can either be good or bad, what people could tell me. I've already had people recognize me in my community, and dealing with people's heavy emotions and them coming to me and crying and telling me they're so sorry and how they feel is so heavy because like it's.
I'm sorry, she blows me away here. Yeah, it's a heavy situation. You know, it's hard. Okay, let me take a second though and show you guys this. So we won't read through it all, but in the documents, we do hear about Stephen Young. He is Jennifer's ex-husband. He was placed under oath for this statement. He met Jen on a dating website. When they lived together, it was him, Jen, her dad, Maddie, and Stephen's daughter, Ashlyn. There are a couple points I want to point out to you guys, though. I asked Stephen how the relationship with Jennifer was when they were together. Stephen stated it was good in the beginning, but later on in the relationship, Jennifer began having mental health issues. Stephen said there were times when he would have to take care of the household, when Jennifer was having a bad time with her mental health. Stephen decided to remove his daughter from that atmosphere, which is when they decided to get divorced. He also considered Maddie as his daughter due to the amount of time they spent together. Ashlyn and Maddie would play games online once a month for a few years. Stephen would join just to talk with Madeline. Stephen said he loved and cared about Madeline, even though the relationship with Jennifer didn't work out. Stephen said he thought Maddie was in good hands. So he tried to become, I think that's a typo, friends with Stephan since he was going to be in Madeline's life. Stephen said he visited Jennifer and Stephan when they lived in Northport. He was playing games with Stephan, which ended in a small argument, and ever since this argument of board games, they haven't spoken. Let's see. Stephen would keep in contact with Madeline and would inquire how she was being treated by Stephan. I asked Stephen to explain the sleeping arrangements when he was living with Jennifer. Stephen said Maddie would sleep with Jennifer, but he wasn't comfortable with Madeline sleeping with them in the same bed. I asked Stephen if he had seen any demeanor changes with Madeline. Stephen said Madeline seemed off for the last few years, which he thought could have been her going through puberty, but it started during the end of elementary school. Stephen said Jennifer wasn't different, but she was always trying to figure out her mental health medications. Jennifer recently disclosed to Stephen where a recent medication that she had been taking knocks her out, meaning tired and sleeping. I asked Stephen how he heard about Maddie. His wife saw it online. Stephen said he believed Madeline forgot her phone, but thought it was odd that Stephan forgot his phone because he always had his phone and was typing on it all the time. Stephen said he wanted to make sure they spoke with Jennifer over the phone because he wanted to hear her tone of voice. He described her tone as being anxious, as if something was wrong. Stephen said they were speaking over a speakerphone and Stephan was with Jennifer. Stephan made the comment he felt guilty because he forgot his phone and then accidentally reset it. Stephen couldn't believe that Stephan was saying over the phone. Jennifer began saying what time she thought she woke up because of the dog. Stephan interjected and said he would take care of the dog. I asked Stephan if he knew why Jen didn't go to Maddie's birthday party. We know now. She said she couldn't miss training. I asked Stephan if he thought Jennifer had anything to do with what happened to Madeline, and he said he doesn't feel like she would deliberately have known because she had family that could have helped her with the situation. So that's that. It's interesting that she was with them in the first days after Maddie was missing. It seems like those are, her friends and her support system.
You have to kind of stand there and take their emotions and like, I don't know, it's so heavy. When I realized that these are the interactions I was having in public, I need to stay home because I just can't carry anyone else's emotions right now. I have my own to deal with, like I don't want my own mental health suffering right now, or for me to spiral and end up back being hospitalized.
So when did you meet Stephen or Stephan?
I met Stephan in 2017. We both worked for Eco Homes, a real estate company. I did appointments, and he worked in the office doing like warranty work. We met as coworkers. We became really good friends. We were best friends for like a year. And then eventually I asked him if he wanted to hook up, and he said, sure. And yeah.
Hey, Mo.
You said 17, 18. Did you live in Orlando, Kissimmee? Where were you guys staying then?
Kissimmee.
And did you guys live together in 17?
He technically
Nicole, so Maddie's biological father lives in Texas, but him and his wife have spoken out. He's done an interview. He basically said, look, I want more answers. I mean, he wasn't ready to condemn Jen, but he also was questioning how and what the hell happened. Like, how did this happen? They did get to see and spend time with Maddie, but not a lot because they live so far away. But there is an interview. Matter of fact, if you want me to, I'll go find it and I'll drop it in the chat while we're listening.
At his parents' house, but he was staying at my house all the time.
Okay. Same house you're in now or a different house?
Wait, I take it back. In 2017, he wasn't staying over my house. It started in 2018 when we started hooking up, and he started sleeping over my house.
Okay.
And what were your next question?
Was that in the current house you live in now?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you lived in that house?
On and off, because at one point we moved close to where his parents live right now. They live in Northport, Florida, Sarasota County. I lived in.
So the interview with her dad is on a local news site, but which I can grab that link to. But Grizzly went over it when I searched it. She was at the top, so I'm going to drop her stream in the chat so you guys can have that information. And yeah, I'll go find the article as well. So because he did a video interview with the news.
In Port Charlotte, which is Charlotte County, the county right next door. We had an apartment there for like 6 to 8 months. We moved down there because, again, Stephan was promised a job and that fell through. So we supported ourselves in this tiny apartment for a little while until I ran out of funds.
Do you remember what year that was?
2020.
So when did you live in Port Charlotte in 2020?
I don't remember what month I moved in, but I remember moving out in November.
Of 2020?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was some. April, May.
That's fine. It was fine. We can look up if we need to later. 17. In 2017. So 2018. 6.
Here we go. I will be on here for a while, Lil Red. We're gonna go through the whole interview. In some places, the audio is redacted. Okay, so I just dropped the link with the news. That is where her dad spoke out. And then I dropped the live stream, like I said, about that as well. For some reason, I cannot hear that. What is going on with me? 55. 1 second, you guys. I'm so sorry. Just 1 second. We'll be right back to it.
Six.
Maybe it's just redacted. There are parts where it's redacted. Oh, Roxanne, you guys are awesome. Yeah, it's just redacted there. Because when I'm...
Got it.
At the same time, no. But
Okay.
I've had ex-husbands and ex-boyfriends live in that same house before.
Thank you, Lariah. Thank you, guys. I would too, Mayla's mom. I would too.
In 2020 for a few months.
Yeah.
And then you came back to the same house.
Sorry, I got confused and I... Me too.
After Port Charlotte, I went back to my mom's house for a little while.
Where's that at?
In Hunter Street, Florida.
Got it.
Even before Port Charlotte, actually, the few months before I was in Port Charlotte, I was living at my mom's house.
With Stephan.
Around March 20, decided he wanted to renovate the house and possibly sell it. So he told us to get out. So March 2020, so around COVID time, like 2 weeks after COVID was announced, I moved in with my mom.
Okay.
And I lived with her for a little bit. And then the Port Charlotte house happened, apartment happened. We moved to Port Charlotte, were there for a few months, came back to live with my mom, was there for a few months, and then I decided to move back. That he was moving out and like getting an RV and like living the RV life.
Yeah.
So he needed somebody to take care of the house for him. So I said, yeah, I would do it, of course. So I moved in. I moved into his bedroom, downstairs, the master bedroom.
Oh, Lil Red, have a good day.
Eventually, Stephan did come.
Thank you for being here.
For a few years. It wasn't until like June of last year that I can go upstairs to the guest bedroom upstairs because I just
Again, I don't know why this...
he's not a very clean guy. He's kind of a little hoarder and a collector. So just my house was always a mess and never the way that I wanted it to look. Or the clutter just gave me anxiety. So I asked him to go upstairs and he did.
Which I think Grizzly pointed this out. I mean, Jen, we've seen the evidence photos. Stephan's clutter bothered you?
And he lived upstairs until March.
Some of this is really frustrating.
Until December of last year.
KPM.
And then he moved to Northport, Florida with his parents because they had promised him a job, but that fell through. So we were in the process of trying to get him to come back up here to get his job back at Disney and for him to move back into the house for a little bit. And I'm not sure long term. I know temporarily I was willing to accept him back.
Was that something out of convenience for him or because you?
A little bit of both. We missed him And I wanted to help him out, like make it easy, like give him a place, like a base to start at, and then for him to start looking for something else afterwards, on his own. But yeah.
You obviously.
Yes, Maria, it was messy. I think I have photos easily available. I mean, I have them all, but I have some that are pretty easy to get to. Let me pull them up while we listen.
Relationship.
These redactions.
Talk a lot. Is she a secretive teenager? What is like your kind of day to day with her?
I would have said a normal relationship. I asked, she would tell me. I didn't think she was hiding anything from me. I didn't think she was lying to me about anything, but obviously she had secrets.
I mean, the hindsight, I mean, all the stuff you found out over the past couple of days, we're like taking that out of the picture, your relationship with her.
Okay.
Like not looking back saying, okay, I was being lied to, like up until you found out some things that you've been told. You guys had an open communication relationship. You talk about
everything.
Life.
Yeah. If anything, she was a little bit more open with Stephan because she told him about a boy she had a crush on.
Okay.
And
if anything, she was a little more open with Stephan. She told him about a boy she had a crush on. I wonder why. And that really,
his name was
bothers me.
And she described him. And Stephan's like, are you aware that she has a crush on a boy? I said, no. He's like, yeah. She told me his name, that he's tall and that she likes.
Was he upset she had a crush?
Fluffy hair.
When was this? Do you remember when this conversation happened?
Within the last week sometime, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
Within the last week?
Like so we saw. So
could this be motive? You know, did Maddie tell Stephan, hey, I have a crush on someone, you know? And I mean, I don't know. I wonder though, what do you guys?
Within a week of that Sunday. I'm not sure if if she had told him via phone chat. It must have been via phone, like phone convert, like we don't FaceTime, we Google Meet.
The Android
version of FaceTime, yeah. So we would Google Meet often. Sometimes when we get home from school, just talk all day. Or sometimes not even talk all day. We would just bullshit. I would be doing my own thing. He would be doing. We're just keeping each other company on the phone. And I think in one of those conversations, she told him that she had a crush on a boy.
Now, remember, Maddie's friend said that her and Stephan would be on the phone all day on FaceTime, talking about everything, doing homework, you know, just all day long.
But I checked those text messages with that boy, and nothing seemed weird either.
So. How did he? I mean, it could be new. I mean, she sees a guy at school. She thinks it's attractive. He shows her attention. I mean, she's young.
Right before this happened. That's very interesting.
Was he like? And I want you to think back before you know things you know now. Like, did he seem concerned about her? Did he seem excited for her? Like she's starting to, you know, be a kid and have crushes and everything else. Like,
he seemed happy for her.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, did you hear this? This is super cute. And I was like, oh. She hadn't told me. And I wondered, I'm like, why didn't she tell me? Why did she tell him and not me? Like, I want to know who she got a crush on. But maybe it's because I told her she had a rule. She wasn't allowed to date for a few years.
Okay.
Until like, I think I had said 16 or something like that. But
yes, he does, Kelly. The detective's about
so
to go off.
Your relationship with her was open. Obviously, she's a child. She's not going to share everything.
Yeah.
With him, it seems like she has a very open relationship with him. They talk, they hang out. So it'd be okay with you if they went out and did things together outside if you were at work or something?
It is odd, Melanie. You know, I wonder if this was Maddie wanting what he was doing to her to stop too. You know?
So the living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of the mindset or the the thought process, the communication you've had with Stephan about, you know, she's not going to sleep in her bed, but you guys are going to go sleep in the guest bedroom.
That get louder for you guys a little bit.
Originally,
The volume.
the plan was that all three of us were gonna sleep in my bed together.
And I'm not just saying Sunday, I mean like.
Oh, okay.
In the past, too.
So I had a rule. She wasn't allowed to sleep in his bedroom at all. Like, no sleepovers, no nothing. For a very long time. For years.
Since we're pausing,
Yeah.
what brought that on? Was that like
Yeah.
a request of his? Like,
Why would you even need a rule like that?
in the same bed, request of hers, or you just saying?
And me being super paranoid, not to trust anyone. For the longest life, even though he treated her well, I still looked at him on, you know, like side eye, like making sure, like, is that normal? Is this okay? That looks normal. Okay. I wanted to make sure that nothing was happening and that I was missing something, but I was. But he never requested. I'm sorry. Repeat the question then.
So I guess when you said like you had a rule, like obviously we know now they've, you know, slept in the same bedroom together and everything else. I'm sure you're questioning a lot of things that like you haven't been told or that are going on. The thought process of them sleeping in the same bedroom caused you to say that you had a rule for the longest time where they couldn't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
why?
I have a son. He's a lot younger than her. He's 4.
Great, Corey.
But I guess if I was dating somebody or had somebody over, I would never establish, and this is just me, a rule. He can't sleep in the bed with her, or she's not going to be. It wouldn't even be a thought process for me. So that's why I ask, because I wouldn't think of it even as an option.
Yeah.
So when you say you had a rule, I guess I'm asking what prompted the rule.
Sleepovers before. Yeah. Like, you want to watch movies and eat snacks? Can we do that? I'm like, no. We can all watch movies down here together. We can all sleep down here together. Up until June, together all the time. So we were always. She would sleep in the middle. I would sleep on this side. He would sleep on the other side. It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepover started.
Okay.
And I kept telling her no. I'm not comfortable with that.
Wait, I need to rehear that. I'm not trying to take forever to get through this, but I need to hear that again. And K-Braze, this took place March 1st at, right now when they're talking, it is 1:52. Maddie was found at around 4:30.
But eventually, at some point, like, we really want to watch. No, and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepover started.
Okay.
And I kept telling her no. I'm not comfortable with that. But eventually, at some point, like, we really want to watch. I forgot what movie it was. They really wanted to watch something, and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine. Go ahead, but this can't happen often. And yeah, I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand.
She has not been found yet as of the time this is happening. However, she was just told that Maddie, they believe that she's deceased and that they're working it as a homicide.
Many times that's happened, and it hasn't been many times that I've allowed her to have a supper party with him, to be alone in the bed with him. I'm usually around all the time. Up until 2 weeks ago, you know, I was pretty much at home all the time living on disability. If I wasn't at home, just, you know, I was substitute teaching, but I was substitute teaching primarily at her school or at school close by, but I'd make sure I get out around the same time and I'd get out in time to pick her up and take her. So she was with me pretty much all the time she wasn't at school. So yeah, after
When he's not there, where does she sleep?
with me,
She never sleeps in her room.
no, always with me.
Quickly, do you know, and you may hate the question, but do you know, do you have any idea? We currently have upwards, probably 200 people working on finding. Right, the Orange County Sheriff's Office is involved, the Kissimmee Police Department's involved, St. Cloud Police Department, Osceola County Sheriff's Office, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, FBI. Yes, under suspicious circumstances. So anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home. Those people don't get to go back to their families. Those people don't get to live their lives and go back to their primary jobs.
Of course.
I know the sheriff has probably expressed to you that's his number one priority.
About to get intense, and you know, to me, this does not feel like. It almost feels like an interrogation with the suspect, right? It doesn't feel like someone that you're gently letting know what's going on. You know that now it's going to be a homicide investigation.
The Kissimmee Police Department's expressed that to you, our detectives. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away.
Yeah.
Right? Anybody who knows something, anybody who may know something, will be brought into a room, will be talked to, whether they're guilty, whether they're innocent. Because our number one priority, our jobs have kind of stopped on any other things we have going on.
Yes.
So it's fine, because that's the most important thing anybody has going on right now. But with that, a lot of people are going to feel that whatever happened, I can tell you, I know detectives expressed to you that the thought process at this point is this is a homicide investigation.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence I've seen, based on the videos I've seen, I do believe. With that being said, and the reason I tell you that, not to be an asshole, is because the thought process with us leads it in a different investigation, a different way. Meaning, whatever has already happened.
I want you guys to watch her body language. It's storming, so the internet, both of the internets that I use are shitty right now. So, but watch her body language. Watch her hands and stuff. Once.
Right? We cannot change what happened most likely on Monday. We cannot change the fact that I believe Stephan killed her. Right? All we can do now is find her as quickly as possible. On the 2% chance we're wrong and that she is alive, that's phenomenal. Right? That's the best thing that can happen. On the chance that we are 100% correct and she has passed away, finding her now versus later will bring closure to your family, will bring closer to everybody, regardless of how it happened or why it happened. Meaning, if you have an inclination, if you know where she's at, if his father knows, that doesn't mean those people get held accountable for what he did. It doesn't mean those people get held accountable for knowing what he did. It means we close out the investigation.
They truly believe she has more information.
You know what I mean? So a lot of times we go into rooms like this and we ask people questions. We say, hey, do you know what happened? Do you know what happened? And there's this fear of what happened already happened. I can't change that. So I'm not going to insert myself with knowledge because it's going to make me look bad. Regardless, at this point, I murdered her, right? He victimized her. He ruined her entire life from childhood until now. I think that there's probably some sense of guilt.
He ruined her entire life from childhood until now. Okay, this is so hard because it gets me so worked up. But in a moment, we're going to see, them tell Jen this has been going on since 2020. Curious how you guys feel about her reaction.
My fear is that sense of guilt is causing you to not want to assist in the location of her, not because you're a bad person, but because there's that sense of guilt that what was happening under your roof, and now by her being found brings that all to your plate, and it doesn't.
Oh no. If I knew anything, I would so tell you. I want to even if she's dead because you guys tell me your suspicions, but I'm not going to believe it until I have her body.
So there are things, and the reason I say these things, and again, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but the reason I say
They
these
have
things is
showed her pictures of Maddie in the car. They have video of Stephan every step of the way. We have went through this. They have showed her those pictures of Maddie in an unnatural position, slumped over in the car.
a lot of things you've said, and a lot of things I've kind of researched between the Fox 35 story, between your initial statement to the police. A lot of things have changed. The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you
Absolutely.
my thought process on that, or where I came from with that?
Yes, they did.
I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw.
Yeah, Jen, okay. Look, this is where we hear her try to explain her lie, because she did, when she first reported her missing, say that she was part of Stephan dropping her off at school, right? And she saw her that morning. We took her there. We did this. She's going to explain what I thought all along, that she knew he was the last person with her, and she was trying to keep people from being suspicious of him from the beginning. We hear that she was talking to him about them having the wrong guy. She was worried about protecting Stephan.
And then I wrote out what I wrote out.
Yes, believe.
But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her, but I didn't.
Okay.
In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him. And I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Which we talked about today.
Yep, Corey.
But I guess there's other concerns. Right? You were nervous. The police have showed you their hand. They said, Stephan, we want your phone. Stephan, we want to talk to you. We're going to lock down your residence. You can't go back inside. Me? I don't care if it's the love of my life sitting next to me. I don't care if it's maternal grandma. If the police come and take my mom's phone and my son's disappearance, I'm not going to offer my mom a lawyer.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. Deets, my opinion now, Allie, she was worried about protecting herself. I thought I saw her. I don't like that either. I don't.
That's nuts to me. That to me shows you prioritizing Stephan. Because at that point, you became more worried about him being falsely accused than any. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Whether or not that's what you felt, does that make sense? People having lawyers is their constitutional right. That is a thing that everybody is afforded. But for somebody who's going through what you are going through, to offer him a lawyer leads me to believe that there may have been a conversation, there may have been knowledge, or there may have been some inclination that you had, whether it be his involvement, her location, or something to where in your mind there's guilt.
I promise you.
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know.
Yep,
I know.
Exactly.
That was still me.
Corey, that's an excellent point, and I want to hear this, so I'm going to rewind in a second, like 5 seconds, because now they're getting to, why did you offer him a lawyer? Okay, and they're going to talk about this a couple times, but Corey says, let's look at Al Stout, for example. No, you can't stay with me. No, we aren't together. Nothing happens until I get information about my son. Absolutely. That is so true.
Because you offering him a lawyer is very weird.
Very weird.
I know. That was still me under the assumption that.
That's what he said.
I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like,
okay, we have to talk about this. I believe the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe he did anything evil to her. Now, when the reports first came out, the way that it was written and the way the news reported on it was a little different from what we hear here. And I'm curious how you guys feel about it. Some people said what she actually said was worse. Some said it wasn't as bad as the way it seemed. I'm trying to pull up an article on this. Let's see. Disgusting reveal. Mom insists boyfriend not evil. Sex abuses her daughter Maddie since 11. Strangles her dead. Crime Online. Get it together. Get it together. It started when she was 8. Okay. And this is not the way that it came out, though, right? Disturbing information has emerged in the Madeline Soto murder case as police release interviews with her mom, Jen. Let's see. Okay, it's just a Nancy Grace article on it. Let me grab one more because, yeah, I just think that we heard about it a little different than it actually happened. Let's see. She said, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't believe he had done anything evil to her. What we see in headlines when the reports first come out is Madeline Soto's mother suggested sexual abuse involving daughter was not evil. New docs show. Investigators say Madeline's mother suggested the sexual abuse involving her daughter was, quote, not evil, unquote, according to documents released by prosecutors this week. Which, this is what the report said exactly. During the interview, Jennifer Soto continuously protected Stephan Stearns, was questioned about why she prioritizes Stephan over Madeline, and even at one point referred to the, quote, sex stuff as not evil, but the murder of Madeline as evil, the report says. So let's go back to this and just hear this one more time.
I think at one point you guys interviewed me, and when you guys showed me the picture of her, I believed the sexual stuff, but I didn't want to believe that he had done anything evil to her. I'm like, no, what if he did
the
this
sexual stuff is evil, okay? First of all. But we have to be honest here. It didn't exactly come out the way that we thought, and yeah, what do you guys think about that? I want to read your comments as we're
stuff fine, but what if she's still missing out there? What if somebody took her? I still wanted to believe in I believed him. I believed his whole story. So I was just like, I kept repeating that part. I'm just like, what if she did get dropped off? What if she got abducted? What if she's missing?
It was not necessarily true.
But that was me assuming that you guys had the wrong guy. I wanted to think he was a good guy still, but clearly he's not. After everything you guys have told me and have shown me, I know he's the worst person on this face of the earth.
We know that now. We know he's a piece of shit now. But you didn't know that then.
I didn't.
Then you offered a guy who the police suspected of kidnapping, abducting, assisting in the disappearance.
There you go, Lucky Spencer.
Offered him a lawyer. And then we don't have to roundtable that. You went back to what you just said is the sex stuff is fine.
It's not fine.
Hold on. I know every relationship is different, and I know everybody's family is different. I won't ask, but going back on, has he expressed interest in, I'll use the word weird, I'm not going to shame anybody for what they like, different sexual pleasures, different sexual experiences, different kinks that involve things you weren't comfortable with?
The only thing he's ever expressed to me was like anal.
Okay.
He had an anal kink and liked butts.
Okay.
But that was something I was never comfortable with.
He had an anal kink and liked butts.
Doing, and I let him know that. Like that's something.
That's fine.
You weren't comfortable with it.
You guys slept
Well,
in the
you
same
know
bed
what else?
together.
Maddie wasn't fucking comfortable with it. Okay, I gotta walk.
Stephen was a big portion of your life at one point. Stephan was a big portion of your life at one point. And this is not me coming at you as a person or a bad person, because shit happens in the past, in the past, in the past. We can't change the past. Has he ever expressed to you? Never.
Never.
Has he ever made these statements about made you feel different?
No.
Okay. When you guys slept in the same bed together, in the middle, did you ever wake up and find them cuddling? Did you ever wake up and find them closer than you thought they should be?
They would snuggle, yeah.
Okay.
But we all snuggle. I didn't think that.
They would snuggle, but we all snuggle. And you just wait till you hear about how they snuggled with him in his boxers and her curled up in his arm. I'm sorry, you guys, like, even though, you know, no matter how you feel about if she knew, if she didn't know, whatever, this is incredibly hard to listen to, and it is infuriating. It is, and it feels like, I don't know, it just feels like nobody was protecting Maddie, and I think that it makes us feel like we want to now, even though you can't, and it just, I don't know, you guys. But I know you're probably feeling the emotions like me, so no, I am right there with you.
That was that problem.
So if you guys are sleeping in the same bed and she's in the center, you've woken up and they're snuggling, they're under the same blanket, they're not under the same blanket,
No.
but just like
She's got her own blanket. She's got her
spooning
own.
for what? What is snuggling to you? Because to me, snuggling, spooning, big spoon, little spoon.
He would lay down like this, and she would be right here in the nook.
Okay. How do you guys sleep? You guys sleep clothed, unclothed? I sleep clothed.
Yeah.
Shirt, pants, pajama sets.
Yes.
Everybody.
I sleep in like my everyday clothes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayla's mom.
On pajamas or baggy t-shirts and shorts.
Okay.
And Stephan would sleep
Right.
with his t-shirt or boxers, sometimes with his pants on.
Oh, okay. So he didn't have any pants on.
But he didn't have pajamas.
Okay. So they would snuggle, sometimes him being in his boxers. You would wake up and she'd be in the nook of his arm, or essentially in a cuddling position. And you never found that weird.
No.
Okay. Again, you and I may find things different. Why?
Thank you, Kevin.
And I don't want you to look back on it, because now you know you victimized her for a long time, right? Under your roof. With you home, most likely, because you said you're always home. You just got this job. You've been living off disability. I know the Kissimmee Police Department has showed you pictures. I know they've verbally explained you some pictures. I can tell you that today, they're still downloading his Google Drives. We are still going through his social medias, his cloud-based servers, and everything else. And we can now piece back her victimization in your house under your care to 2020. I believe we've gone as far back as in when she. So when I ask, they've woken up cuddling. Did you find things suspicious? Did you have an open relationship? Did he talk to you? Has he made inappropriate statements? It's almost like cheating, right? Like, have you ever been cheated on? Okay. Somebody can only cheat on somebody for so long.
Under your roof, while you were home.
Or somebody says something, right? So we go back to 2020. We're looking at a minimum of 3.5 years. 3.5 years where I'm sure you guys are sexually active. Yes. So for 3.5 years under your care in your house, not only is he being sexually active with you, you had a sexual relationship. And I know it's an emotional thing, and I know it sucks to hear, but where I'm coming from is it seems like something that you can't hide forever. You guys live in a small space, close quarters, you sleep in the same bed, you guys all talk, you guys all share things, you're an observant person for the most part, I assume. Outside of taking medications and going to sleep, it seems very difficult. A lot of grown-ass adults can't hide an affair with somebody who doesn't live with them.
Yeah.
let alone somebody who does live with them. So at a certain point, I do believe you became aware of what was going on.
No.
I believe you became aware of what was going on, and you're going to hear him in a moment talk about, he uses the phrase something what a reasonable person would, it has, when he gets there, I'll point it out. But it makes me think that that's when they were considering charging her, because that's basically with child neglect. You know, it's putting them in a situation where a reasonable person would think that some kind of harm could come to that child. And I'm pretty sure that's how it's written in the statute. We've pulled it up, but the way that he said it, it hit my ears. Like, you know, that's what they need to charge for neglect.
And when I say that, it doesn't mean you're in trouble. It doesn't change.
I know, but
I do believe that a reasonable person,
Here.
I consider you a reasonable person, right? Do you think you're a reasonable person?
yes.
Would be aware that under her roof, sexual relation.
I had no
The videos, the text messages, the images, they're all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love.
All right, we got to talk on that for a second, but let me show you this. So, child neglect statute in Florida. This is why I think that he worded it that way. Under Section 827.03 of Florida statutes, child neglect is defined as a caregiver's failure or omission to provide a child with care, supervision, and services necessary to maintain the child's physical and mental health. Neglect of a child may be based on repeated conduct or on a single incident or omission that results in or could reasonably be expected to result in serious physical or mental injury or substantial risk of death. So the way that he worded that was completely intentional, in my opinion. So we got to go back to this, though, because here's another.
Male attention. And at her age, the text messages, the images, they're all documented forever. This has been an ongoing thing. And at her age, I think she probably thought they were in a relationship. She probably thought they were in love because he.
Now, I just want to take a second to say, you know, I can understand why he said that. And I think many people have wondered that. But it concerns me about putting like the blame on Maddie when that gets repeated. It's almost as if like, oh, you know, like in Stephan's emails to his parents, I didn't start it. You can already hear him setting up that basically it was consensual. No. A child cannot consent. Period. It doesn't matter what they think. They have probably been manipulated. She was manipulated. And I don't give a damn if she actually did think they were in a relationship. We don't know. But there is a lot of stuff coming out in these interviews that has me concerned that that could have been the case. And, you know, about the missing periods and stuff. I'm trying not to jump to conclusions, but it is blaringly obvious some of the things that have been, you know, by some of the things that have been pointed out. At the end of the day, children cannot consent. They do not have, their brains are not, your brain's not fully formed till you're in your mid-20s. They do not have the emotional capacity or the emotional IQ intelligence, the emotional intelligence to consent. If she did, there you go, Deets, it's because she was groomed and manipulated. Absolutely. KPM, in my opinion, Maddie told Stephan she was late. I'm concerned about that too, because we've heard now in 2 of the interviews, she did not have her period in February. We know that he was asking for anxiety medication from his parents a couple days before this happened. So there's a couple things that could be motive here, right? It could have been something with the period. Like I said, I don't want to jump to conclusions. Maddie has been exploited all to hell in her life and online. And I really want to protect the little bit of dignity that she might have left. It's so fucking sad. So it's hard to even talk about this. But was it the missed period that brought this on, or the crush on a boy? But God, it just makes me emotional. It's hard to talk about. Like I said, she's already been exploited enough. So I just want to handle the conversations with care for Maddie. So that's all.
Her male attention, right? She just started liking boys, right? She just got a crush. Up until then, her crush at the same time, you guys are sleeping in the same bed together. You guys are all cohabitating. She's not sleeping in her room. But you felt the need to establish a rule that they couldn't sleep in the same room. But when you established that rule, for 3 years, she's already been dating him, essentially. Whether that's legal or not.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
So I truthfully believe, and this is my belief, I'm not speaking for other detectives, I'm not speaking for the sheriff's office, the state police department, or any other agency I've said. This is Kevin's belief. I believe that you became aware of their sexual relationship. I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. It seems like some of your emotion, up until this room, I think some of the emotion in this room is...
Jeets brings up a great point. Some of this could be tactics, the way that he's speaking to her, because it does seem that they believe she has more information that they need, right? So they are trying to get that from her. They're not being gentle at all. He straight up tells her, I don't believe you. I don't believe your emotions. It doesn't seem sincere.
Sincere. I think a lot of it's in this room bothered me. It seems like some of your emotion, up until this room, I think some of the emotion in this room is sincere. I think a lot of it's because I'm being an asshole. I'm telling you things you don't want to hear that shouldn't be said out loud. But when you talk to the news, when you talk to deputies, it feels, based on my experience in this job, that it's not sincere. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person. I feel like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion when they're aware of what the truth is. So it has to be fake. This is demise for the past, let's say, 5 years, right? But her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination,
Right.
that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened.
I would.
It's almost becomes a lie at that point.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the fuck you want, but I don't know anything. He's never mentioned anything. I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't. I was oblivious to everything. 4 years?
Minimum. And that's just how that far back the cloud goes. I find it hard to believe for me that you were so worried about how many pills she took at night, but not where she slept or what relationship she was.
Thank you. Absolutely. I completely agree. Someone had put in the chat earlier that it's really sad that she had this medication routine, and, that just seemed to be the focus of Jen. And look, I can sympathize with that. I know that addiction, I know from firsthand experience how absolutely hard that can be. And having trouble with your mental health, you know. But when you allow it to consume you to the point where your head is in the sand and you are not seeing all of these blaringly obvious red fucking flags, at a certain point, you know, you have some responsibility in this.
His interest in her.
I thought we were all safe. I thought because that he hadn't shown me anything so far, like everything seems fine. Like he seems like he treated her like
he treats you. In his mind.
It's so fucking disgusting.
Okay. Jim says, I wonder why she wasn't arrested. And I just have to say, after listening to the interview with his dad, and sure, they could lie, it does seem that they didn't find any evidence of Jen knowing about this. I believe that they thought that she thought Maddie was safe at this point. I'm not really sure what to believe. I don't know. But it does, you know.
So now he's in jail because of what we found on his phone, not because somebody came forward and reported that he was abused.
No, I know.
She's not old enough to consent. She's not old enough to have a thought process to even want anything that was happening to her. It's abuse. So he's in jail for that, but something caused what.
Thank you for joining.
Right? We searched murder because we can call it a murder. She didn't die naturally. She didn't overdose. She didn't have a heart attack. We circled murder on Monday. Something had to cause that. He's been having unrestricted sexual activity for a long time. He's getting what he wants from her, probably from you, and who knows whoever else, right? So it's not like he woke up or went to bed Sunday and he was like, you know what? I'm done with this, but I'm going to kill her. Something happened. Yep. People don't just wake up and like, you know what? They leave people, they break up with people, but usually things cause people to snap.
Yeah.
Now what? And you know what? And I'm in trouble, or I feel like I'm going to, or him being out. We can go even worse. She's pregnant.
That's what questions last night led me to believe when we started talking about her period.
I was told that her and her friend, and granted, I'm male, never had a period, but that somebody found it weird that they were no longer on the same cycle.
Now remember, this is March 1st. They don't have a lot of information yet. This is just a few days in. On the interview on April 18th, we do know and we hear them talk about her missing her period, Jen not having to buy supplies for her period, that kind of thing. But at this point, they were still early on in the investigation.
Could be different because she's a teenage girl. Could be that she missed her period. Yeah. Have you ever found a pregnancy test at home that wasn't yours?
I have 2 underneath the bathroom sink, but I haven't seen if they're still there or not.
Okay. But you haven't seen any used ones in the trash?
No.
Their relationship hasn't changed?
No.
Okay. So what do you think happened Sunday? Other than him killing her, what do you think made him snap?
I don't know. Theories, I keep hearing.
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal. You don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
What I've heard is, what if she upset him and threatened to tell me and said that she was going to tell me and he needed to shut that down? That's the only thing.
What do you think?
I don't want to believe he killed her. But from reading what you're telling me, he must have killed her Sunday night and snuck her body out in the morning. That photo you guys showed me of her stuck in the car.
this detective is not having this at all. He just appears to be very frustrated. Now, I don't know. The timeline is confusing because, you know, I didn't see this in the reports myself, but I know that I heard Grizzly mention that, God forgive me for this, you guys, I you know, even talking about her like this is hard, but that she wasn't in rigor mortis when she was moved from, she wasn't in full rigor when she was moved from the front to the trunk. So, yeah.
What that means for the timeline, I'm not 100% sure, but it is something to know.
You don't want to believe he killed her.
I want to believe she's still alive and that she got kidnapped, but that doesn't seem like that's the
Well, it's
case
not
at all.
Yeah.
I know. My brain just wants to believe something else. I just want to believe she's still alive. She's out there.
Did he tell you he fucked up?
No. He acted so normal that day. He was like, I'm so impressed. We got out of the house so early. Like she made great time. We had so much time to go to McDonald's, but she didn't want to.
How was he capable of
His story
acting
was
so
so
normal?
fun. Like every
I have to say this. After what he had done, how was he capable of acting so normal? Like she says. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand that. I don't understand how you can do what he did. And I don't know.
We'll never
it's so believable. He's just been lying this whole time. Like
What about that day in the car when you offered him a lawyer? Did you disclose anything to you there that made you feel like, oh fuck, he needs a lawyer?
No. He kept acting like he didn't know what was happening. And I'm like, don't you see forensics? Don't you see they took your phone? Like, something's happening. Like, I think they're gonna pin this on you. And I'm like, in my head, I'm going, they have the wrong guy. Like, they're just honing in on the last person who saw her. But no, you guys knew more.
You never said, what did you do?
Remember, I said that she thought because he was the last one with her that he was immediately going to get the suspicion on, you know, people suspicious of him. So that is why she lied and said we instead of he, in my opinion.
I've never asked him any of that. I still, even up until when we got here to the police station, I was convinced that he hadn't done anything to her at all.
Because of him or because of not wanting to believe she's deceased?
Because of him. Because I thought he was a good guy.
So up until this morning, you still think that it's not?
No.
You're talking about the other day?
Up until
When we took him?
Yes.
Okay.
I forgot what day of the week that was.
So we're still going through his phone, his drive, like I told you, all his socials. We can date back to 2020. Based on the videos, it appears that was the start of the victimization. Okay, are we going to find anything in his phone with you?
No. We haven't done anything. We've never done anything.
Has there ever been a request for the two of you to participate in sexual activity with him?
No.
Regardless of you saying no or yes?
No, he's never asked that.
Okay. If we find pictures like that, is that going to surprise you? So if I'm in his Google Drive, if I have a sex crimes detective, a computer person look at his phone, and they tell me, hey Kevin, I found a picture engaged in sexual activity or borderline sexual activity, is that going to surprise you?
Yes, because that doesn't exist.
Okay. At any time during the course of your relationship, has he expressed that he has ever had sex with a child?
No. Not a child, but when he told me when he was in high school, he graduated high school like later, like older than 18.
Okay.
He dated somebody younger than 18. I think she was 15. But I don't know how old he was, 19, 20. But he was an older kid in high school. He graduated late. But he had a really young girlfriend. Her name was Kendall. And I thought that was weird. I was like, that's a little too young. He goes, no, it's fine. We were in high school. Everything was normal. Her parents loved me. Blah, 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 blah. But that's the only one.
Have you ever gone through his phone?
Who, me?
Okay. If you had, knowing Stephan, knowing where he lives, knowing where he goes, how he conducts his life, give me your top 5. Because I know you haven't thought about it. If you haven't thought about it, that's another weird thing I got. Since Monday, right? We told you on Wednesday that we think he did it.
Yeah.
So from Wednesday till today, it's about 48 hours. Give me your top 5 places you think are possibilities based on knowing him, based on knowing his path of travel. Where do you think? It doesn't have to be based on evidence, just in your gut. Give me your top 5 places where you think he.
In this area?
Doesn't have to be this area.
No, I know.
Anywhere you want.
You know when
I'm saying-
like somebody like is really on your bad side, and it don't really matter what they do. Like you'll hear people say like they can eat crackers the wrong way and it pisses you off. And like trust me, I've been there. I'm human. There are people that I don't like, and I don't like the way they walk, talk, anything. Like I'm starting to notice I'm doing that with her. Like I'm getting mad at her when she sighs and stuff like that. And it's just like self-realization that I'm just a little too emotionally invested to think about this super clearly. But is it just me, or when like, where are your top 5 places that, you know, she could be? And she's like, like so bothered by having to even think about it. I don't know. It's just the way, like, personally.
In this area, I have no idea. Orlando, Kissimmee, no idea where he could have taken her. But his trip to Northport is weird as fuck.
Yeah.
I feel like in Northport, he knows more people. He has more friends. There could be a place and somewhere there he could have stashed her. You guys said he went into a storage unit. That would be another place to look. But there's plenty of woods around his house.
The cops told you about the storage unit, Jen. I'm pretty sure that they're looking there. They're asking about other places.
That exit is kind of secluded. Like
When you say his house, you mean his parents' house?
his parents' house, yeah.
I've seen it with you guys, so I'm not sure.
You've been there? Have you seen the property?
Yeah, I've been there before.
Do they have land? Or is it in like a neighborhood?
So it's not a neighborhood because they don't have HOA. You just buy the plot of land and build it. They don't have many neighbors.
Okay.
Or last I saw, I think there was a neighbor building right next door, but I don't know if they're done yet. I just feel like he had more. There would have been more spots.
All right, I'm going to tell you guys, this is going to be really upsetting, the way that she refers to Maddie in some of this as a body, or
More spots in Northport for her to be dumped. Because from what you guys have told me, he went to St. Cloud, he went to one, there would have been more spots. More spots in Northport for her to be dumped.
for her to be dumped.
Because from what you guys have told me, he went to St. Cloud, he went to 192. Could you guys tell where he turned on any of these roads? It's just that he was on the main road?
Grandma Sherry, thank you for being here and going through it with me, because I feel the same way. It does make it easier. And like, I need to put the pieces together like we've been doing, pulling up the documents, different articles when relevant things come up, to try to make sense of it all. But yeah, thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys so much.
I didn't think he ever even knew where St. Cloud was, because we've never driven down that way ever.
Well, you live in Kissimmee, right?
Yeah, I know, but to me, he's never had a reason to ever drive down to St. Cloud, like ever. There's no store or anything he goes to down there. Everything is in Kissimmee or Orlando by the mall.
Florida Mall?
Yeah.
Orlando Mall?
Yeah, but Florida. I sent the last detective like 3 spots. I could have recalled him telling me he wanted to visit. Monday, when he left the house in the afternoon and got the flat tire, he had mentioned a few of those shops, so I sent them over to you guys. But there's honestly nowhere I can think of. We've never gone to the only wooded area that we've ever gone together would be Shingle Creek Regional Park, where the Pioneer Village is.
Okay.
That whole trail there, we had scooters, and he had like an electric skateboard kind of thing. We would all cruise the creek, explore. We've taken a canoe up that creek before. Then the Kissimmee Trail. There's a trail that runs right behind my house starts right behind my house and goes all the way to that bridge on Giant Young Parkway that says Kissimmee on it. That whole trail, we've done that as well.
I don't really have a lot to say about this besides I remember when I was watching it the first time, and you're hearing her describe them like going on these trails and stuff, and it's almost if she talks about it with like joy or nostalgia, which I guess that could be normal, right? But it came across a little awkward for me, that part. Yeah, like
that's the only places I could think that like he may have gone, because that's where I know I've gone with him before. But anywhere else, I have no idea.
So our ERT team, so emergency response team, is just a group of people who search areas. Doesn't have to be wooded, can be wooded, can be swampy. They've been out for 3 days. They're going to be out all weekend. They will eventually, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's in 2026. Okay.
They're redacting her name. That's why you keep hearing the audio come out. But he said, look, our emergency response team has been out there for 3 days, and they will stay out there until they find her, and they will find Madeline. Whether it's now, tomorrow, 2026, she will be found.
I don't think you want that to take too long. All right, I'm sure you'd like to have a funeral. I'm sure you'd like to have some kind of memorial service. The last thing you want is for us to call you in a year and say, hey, we found remains. We don't
Yes,
know.
you would, teacup.
Okay. That may not be something you thought about till just now, but I can tell you, being someone who investigates homicide, that is something that everybody has to come think about eventually. If you can think of anything that would assist us in making that happen for you today versus 2 years from now, regardless of why you know or how you know, we need it.
No, I know. If I knew anything, I would tell you right now. I promise. I want her back so bad.
Yeah, rock a bit. I agree with that.
I don't want to think about planning a funeral.
Don't want to think about planning a funeral. Rockabit says, just the calmness when speaking of dumping her child. If she had no knowledge, no clue of anything happening, then she should be hysterical. This is so hard to listen to. It is hard to listen to. And you guys just, remember, take a break, walk away if you need to. I've gotten up a couple times during this and kind of just paced around. It is extremely hard to listen to. the first time I listened, I was pacing the whole time. So I understand. I know this is emotional for you guys. It is for me too, and it's natural. We can't help it. We see a child that has been through what Maddie's went through, and the situation with the adults around her and stuff, it's just hard not to care like that. So if you need to walk away, walk away. And later, make sure you watch something or listen to something that's kind of not so serious. That's what I always try to do to get it off my mind, because this will stick with you. This case sticks with me. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'll be doing just random stuff around the house, in the shower, whatever, and can't get it off my mind. Some cases are just like that.
I don't want to think about planning a funeral.
Me either, Kimberly. Female detective probably would have handled it differently. I'm sorry, Martha.
What has your communication been like with his father since this?
I've limited contact over the last 2 days because I know too much and I don't want to talk.
Okay, now this is one that hit the ears weird. I have to pause and really pay attention to this. We're going to rewind. But Dietz says, it sticks with me too because I know Maddie isn't the only one. How many children are going through this right now? Dietz, I have thought that so many times. Because it's a lot. She's not the only one. The statistics are alarming. It's pretty sad because a lot of times, one particular case will get a lot of attention and 100 others won't. We only hear about, just like with Sebastian, I hope and pray he's found alive. I really do. And it's so sad that he's missing, right? But there are so many missing kids, so many. And every day there's more. And yeah, I just can't help but think about that. All right. So we're going to rewind about 20 seconds. The detective asked her about her communication with Stephan's dad. She says, she doesn't want to talk to him because she knows too much. The detective has an interesting reaction to that. So I'm not going to interrupt. I'm just going to mute it and let it play for a little bit. But yeah, pay close attention here.
What has your communication been like with his father since this?
I've limited contact over the last 2 days because I know too much and I don't want to tell them anything.
You don't want to tell them what we've told you, or you don't want to tell them what you know?
No, I don't want to tell them what you guys have told me. I don't want to share any. It's so difficult because I've known them for just as long as I've known Stephan. They feel like absolute shit right now. I know that they kind of got into a fight because Chris started.
I'm sorry, but
Are you sure we know our son? Are you sure we know our son? I don't think we know him at all. The mom was defending him, but now with everything, with the evidence on the phone coming out, they know. They know he's a piece of shit.
We've talked to his dad, and his dad knows as much as you know. He knows his son's a rapist. He knows his son's a murderer. He's talked to us. He's been very...
Don't mistake. That cop is very blatant on purpose. The language that he is using, there is a reason for it, in my opinion. He is trying to get a reaction out of her and to get more information. Obviously, we've talked to his dad. He knows everything you know. He knows his son's a rapist. He knows his son is a murderer. He said that like that for a reason.
Open with wanting to help in any way he can, whether that's technological, whether that's verbal.
Yeah, he even had, I was with him when he turned in his knife to you guys. He remembered he had a knife on him and gave it to you guys. I thought that was...
Have you talked to Chris
I
about
thought that
Stephan
was
needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
When?
He does. Oh, I thought that was so kind. He even turned in his knife. He didn't have to do that. I mean, that was really thoughtful. And you care so much about them. Can't talk to them because you know too much. But yes, he does turn on her. We know that Stephan's dad tells police her demeanor is weird. First of all, she told me I should get him a lawyer after she found out what he was doing to Maddie. After she saw the pictures, her first thought was, you need to get him a lawyer. And the cop's going to address her about that. But then Chris goes on to say even more. He flat out says that he believes they were in it together and they were part of a criminal enterprise. So he absolutely does turn on her.
I think when you guys showed me the
I don't even know if I would word it like that.
the photos.
So we showed you photos of Stephan raping. And
No.
the first thought you had is to ask his father if he should get a lawyer?
No. I saw a picture. I didn't see the rape. I didn't know she was getting raped until yesterday. I saw the picture of the oral sex happening.
That is rape, Jen. Okay, forgive me. And I know YouTube doesn't love those words. I don't care. We're not going to soften it. This is what it is. That is rape. Okay? Like, and the cop's going to tell her that in a minute. But why is, I got to rewind that part. We're going to watch again. And I'm going to try not to interrupt because this is important to hear all together, honestly.
I think when you guys showed me the photos.
So we showed you photos of Stephan raping. And
No.
the first thought you had is to ask his father if he should get a lawyer?
No. I saw a picture. I didn't see the rape. I didn't know she was getting raped until yesterday. I saw the picture of the oral sex happening. And I knew that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's fucking happening. But I kept thinking, they're going... I don't know why I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken. Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore she was still, I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get him a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person. But you weren't. You're not.
We showed you a picture.
Oh, Jesus.
The picture you saw, she was giving a blowjob to a grown-ass man. And you told his dad to get him a lawyer. Missing.
We showed you a picture of your daughter giving a blowjob to a grown-ass man, and you told his dad to get him a lawyer.
But then you just thought she was missing. And we were showing you our investigative lead being raped. A blowjob is rape.
Yes.
Not consensual. Whether she wants to do it or not, that is not consensual. And you prioritized him again. You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not, what the fuck did he do? Not, hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stephan.
I was in shock.
No, that's not shock. That is your natural.
I was in shock. No, it's not shock. Oh my God almighty. Chap, thank you for being here. Also, you guys, I put the video in the description where it was first released from Grizzly True Crime. The version with her with commentary. So if anybody wants to watch that, she doesn't interrupt as much as I do. I'll tell you that. There's really not that much. It's pretty easy to listen to. Because yeah, I know that sometimes it bothers people that I pause so much, but I have a lot to say. You know, Allie, you'd ask yesterday how we'd feel if this was our son. What about how we'd feel if this was our daughter? Ooh, Queen Bella. I don't know. I told you guys I'm big on tough love. I'm not going to sit there and encourage my kids to feel sorry for themselves. Maybe for a second, you know, I'll be comforting and loving for a second, but then I would rather just be straight up, and that's just the kind of mom that I am. So if I don't know. That's a good question though. I feel like I wouldn't be I don't know, wouldn't be super gentle with her. But yeah, I like Grizzly too, and I do appreciate her. She sent us this with no commentary to go over. So I really appreciate that so much. I had mentioned it in the beginning, but I just want to, for people who came in late.
Natural instinct to protect Stephan. Okay? And if that's naturally how you react, that's...
I was in shock.
Where did my sound go? Why does it keep doing that to me? Hold on, you guys, because I know this part has sound. Just 1 second.
What has your communication been like with his father since this?
It actually moved back about 4 minutes. Let's just move it up about 2 and hear that part again. I really appreciate this officer so
I
much
didn't know
right now.
she was getting raped until yesterday.
Hey, Amber.
I saw the picture of the oral sex happening, and I knew that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's fucking happening. But I kept thinking, they're going. I don't know why I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken. Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get him a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person. But you weren't. You're not.
We showed you a picture. The picture you saw, she was giving a blowjob to a grown-ass man and you told his dad to get him a lawyer. Missing, right? Now you... But then you just thought she was missing. And we were showing you our investigative lead being raped. A blowjob is rape. Not consensual. Whether she wants to do it or not, that is not consensual.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Also, you guys, the only reason I kind of explained that how we're watching it with no commentary is because I can't link this. So I did link the original video where this first was released. That's just kind of, okay, sorry.
And you prioritized him again. You prioritized him by offering him or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not, what the fuck did he do? Not, hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stephan.
I was in shock.
No, that's not shock. That is your natural instinct to protect Stephan. Okay? And if that's naturally how you react, that's fine. But that goes into what I've been telling you this whole conversation is I don't believe a lot of the things you're saying, and I don't believe a lot of the things you say you weren't aware of. And that is because you've now shown me twice that your first reaction, no matter what you were told or shown, missing and we're seizing the cell phone, or we're showing you pictures of her giving him a blowjob, your first reaction is to protect Stephan. So now, ordered by Stephan, you're aware of this. You were shown pictures of this. You were shown pictures of her body in his car with a seatbelt on, right? We have played it out for you. Now you're in a stage where he's in jail. You know she's passed away, and now you can feel emotion, right? Until that point, when you were shown that she was deceased, your continued first reaction is to protect this guy. You just said.
There's no excuse, Jen. There's nothing you can say. It's the truth. Oh my gosh. Just for a second, I want to point something out to you guys. So, okay. This interview right now, currently, when they're talking, the timestamp is 2:30 p.m. I've showed you guys before the witness that came forward that put on Facebook. He posted pictures. He said, I saw this guy in this area. After, excuse me, the news conference, he called into police. So 2:30 p.m., they're having this conversation. On this day at 4 p.m., 1600 hours, a crime analyst contacted a witness. The witness said he saw a person matching the description of Stephan with a tire iron in his hand standing next to a silver sedan on Hickory Tree Road. Thomas believed this was February 26th at 1:20 p.m. He provided pictures of the location where he saw this person and pointed out the location on a map to Donna. Donna then relayed this information to other deputies who were searching the area for Madeline. The captain and the sergeant responded to that area. Thomas identified. Sergeant Swan knew the property owner who provided access to the locked gates to the property. They walked towards a row of bamboo trees to the left of the open gate and located a small body wearing blue jeans and a green sweater. The body had dried grass and hay on top of it. And this is when they realized that Madeline was possibly located. So just for timeline purposes, that's where we're at. Which, thank God, the witness called in and provided pictures. I have those pictures somewhere because they posted them on Facebook. And don't forget, now, they did do a really great job with this investigation, but don't forget, one of the officers got in trouble because he accidentally posted a photo of Maddie's body online on Instagram.
I only saw a picture of him, whatever your verbiage was, I say blowjob, of his penis in her mouth, and your first reaction was, fuck. Oh my, victimized? No. She's being abused? No. It's Stephan needs a lawyer. Who the fuck cares if we think he killed her? He's.
I don't know why I said that.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. So the reaction in your mind is you are continuously protecting this guy. So why do I sit here and believe that you don't? Because right now, you know Stephan killed her. You know Stephan's been raping her. You know without her body, can he be charged with murder?
I don't know.
Exactly. So you don't know what we can do. Do I think we can charge him with murder? It's not up to me. Should he be charged with murder? Yes.
Please.
Does your role in her life lead this to happen? I'll be honest. Yes.
I know.
Said she was a child since her victimization started, it occurred under your roof, and you acted like it didn't exist. And knowing the victimization, knowing how ongoing it is, knowing that you saw a picture of it, not just us telling you, not me and him saying, hey, listen, he's being, I think they had a bad relationship. They showed you a fucking picture of it. And you still protected him. So how am I supposed to not think that the thought process in your mind is until she's found, Stephan can't be charged with murder? Because we both now know that you don't want him to be charged with murder because you want him to have a lawyer.
No, I don't. That was
the blowjob.
That was
then.
He
can't be charged with murder.
That was then. Everything that you guys have shown me since then and have showed me that he's
so we have to show you a
time.
picture of her dead in a car for you to finally not take his side?
Remember, I told you guys she had seen the pictures of Maddie in the car at this point.
Enough. Do you not see where I'm coming from? Like, I'm not trying to be a dick here, but it makes absolutely no sense that you were
Hey, Casey.
is Stephan.
I don't know.
Where does your mind go? Stephan.
Yeah.
There should have been no doubt in your mind when they showed you that picture of what he was doing to you, that you had any care in the world other than I want that motherfucker to die. Whether you believe in the death penalty or not.
Damn, man. When he said that out the first time I watched it and now, I'm just like, good God, thank you. Thank you for saying everything that we are all thinking, because you mess with my kids like that and damn straight I want that motherfucker to die. I'm sorry. That's just the way I feel. Thank you. Excuse my language. You know, if you got a problem with that today, might not be the day to be here. Also, one more thing before we get back into it. Question. Do you think there is an order where they can't communicate? And if they could, do you think she would?
Where does your mind go? Stephan. There should have been no doubt in your mind when they showed you that picture of what he was doing to you, that you had any care in the world other than I want that motherfucker to die. Whether you believe in the death penalty or not, he protected him. So now we're talking about her disappearance and where her body is. Why do I believe that you're still not protecting him? Because you say so? Because you can't explain why you protect him. You can't explain what is inside of you that makes you protect Stephan. And you may never be able to explain it. But eventually we're going to have to figure it out, because you haven't convinced me that you're still not protecting Stephan. I got all these people out here searching. I haven't seen my own kid in days because I'm looking. I truthfully believe that I can't go home and see my kid is because you're protecting. I can't. You're people sitting in the woods just waiting for me to tell them where to go, but I can't because I think you're in trouble.
I don't care about him. I want him to go to jail. I want the worst thing possible to happen to him in jail. I know what happens to predators in jail. Like, I'm ready for that. Like, please. I don't give a fuck about him. I'm not protecting him.
But you knew he was a predator when you got shown the picture. And then you text his dad that he needs a lawyer. You hope that he invoked, was the words I was told.
What?
You hope that he didn't talk to us. He needs a lawyer.
No.
All over a picture. You didn't care. You didn't care then. Oh, whether sex isn't important.
Damn straight.
Important to you, that wasn't anything close.
I knew what I saw was terrible.
He was a predator right then and there. That's the day you found out he was a predator.
Yeah.
Yes. And after you found out he was a predator, did you not say he needed a lawyer?
I did.
So why today, Friday at almost 3 o'clock, 5 days into the disappearance, 2 days since you probably found out, or 1 day since you found out she was murdered, do I believe you that you're not telling me where he went, or that he didn't disclose to you where she was, or what caused this to happen? Is listen, I know you know I've been doing whatever, or listen, this fucking happened.
Okay, guys, we only have an hour left, and it's taken us a little bit to get through it, but thank you for being here with me and going through it with me. But I just want to take 1 second to acknowledge this, because I've thought about this so many times. Like, think about the officers that showed up on the scene when Chad Doberman killed his boys. Think about what they had to see. Think about the officers that were there when they got Cece and Bella out of the tanks, Chris Watts' kids. These cops, like, think of the emotion that we feel, they have to feel it 10 times as much. Like, I cannot imagine, and it's a hard job. I appreciate them, for doing it. But yeah, I don't want to let that slip our minds, because this is tough for us. Imagine how it is for them. And seriously, think about if you had to show up to the scene of one of those crimes. Jeez.
How do I believe that didn't happen when everything you've shown me is protect Stephan? Now, once if you show priority in this conversation, in this investigation. You're coming here looking for her. You reported her missing. Trouble for not doing that. But outside of you reporting her missing, and I may be wrong, I haven't been involved in all aspects of it, but you have not shown me one bit that you prioritize her over him. And that sucks. Not because we're working our asses off for your family, not because we have people out there sweating their asses off for your family, but because I feel like all I care about is your care is to make sure Stephan doesn't get held fucking accountable.
Well, I don't care anymore.
Anymore. Because we're being assholes, because I'm not being nice.
No.
But up until Thursday, it was okay that she gave him a blowjob. No big deal. Get a lawyer.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't okay. I saw that and I was in shock. And I don't know why my first reaction was to tell him to get a lawyer, but I saw that and I was in shock and I was just like, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what to believe.
It's easy to believe it now. We showed you pictures of it. You can't deny it anymore. The sex was okay. The murder's not. At least that makes sense.
No, that's okay.
I want to know what it is. And not because I think you're a bad parent, not because I think you're a bad person. Dead or alive, she's missing. Her body is out there. Her body needs to be recovered so she can have a proper burial, a proper funeral. She needs to be laid to rest. Your family needs to be able to mourn her. And we need that information. That is life. That is not life of the law. That's not life of the sheriff's office. That is common decency. That is what she deserves. That is what you deserve. That is what your family deserves. But the longer that happens, the longer it takes us to find her, the less likely that's going to be for you guys. And I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I truly am. But deep down, you haven't showed me that I am.
I don't know what I need to show you.
Prioritize her over Stephan. Stephan, think of places he would have dumped her body. Think of places he went, things you talked about, things you've discussed.
How in the hell does she say, I didn't know what to believe? You saw it. I mean, at that point, like before you see it, whatever, that's one thing. But you saw it.
Whether it's this week, last week, don't put it in your mind that he's been victimizing you, or don't put in your mind that I'm being a dick. What can I think about to find out where Stephan put her? You know more about where he goes, what he's doing, or what he would do than you want to realize. That's natural, not because I'm telling you, but because that's natural. I have best friends. I know more about them than I think I know about them. I just need to sit down and think about it. So I need you to sit down and think about it. Whether you need a minute, we're not in this room, whether you want to do it with us in this room, we need to leave here with an idea of where we can go look for. That is one thing we can agree on.
I've sent you the list of the stores that he may have stopped at and didn't stop at. The only outdoorsy places I can think of that we've ever gone to that he would know about would be Shingle Creek or Kissimmee Trail. I don't know if he knows where Lake Toho is, but that could be another option.
Because you think it's a wooded area? Because it's a place you guys have talked about together?
Because it's a wooded area with a lake, with gators. Like, we haven't discussed anything. This topic, I never asked him if he directly. I never thought he could have. I always assumed the best in him. But I didn't ask him directly. I didn't even suspect that until you guys showed me that picture upstairs. We're here. I don't know. I'm just thinking of, if I name places, it's going to be wooded areas that I can think of, but he hasn't told me anything. Like, he has not told me, or we haven't discussed.
So him going to 192 that day, all you know is that he went to 192.
He said he wanted to visit House Card Rules. That was one of he named 3 stores, and that's one store I can remember him listing on that list.
House Card Rules?
Yeah, I don't have my phone.
We'll get your phone a little bit. House Card Rules. What kind of store is that?
I don't know if that's like a...
Yeah, what about him bragging about ripping off his parents and shit like that?
Video game or card game or board top game store.
But that's on 192.
Close to one. I think close to 182 somewhere.
And he said he wanted to go to 3 stores.
Yeah. But he did tell me that I just don't remember which one.
Are there woods in that area? Are you familiar with 192?
No, not where these stores are. I have no idea.
Other than you came up with wooded areas that you know of.
Yeah.
You came up with wooded areas that you think he could double body in.
Because I've been there with him, yeah.
I need to know wooded areas where he travels. Right? You're saying we've been there, so she could be there. So that tells me she's not.
I've thought this listening to her. I just think if I'm having the conversation with police over, and I'm not gonna soften this either, y'all. I'm sorry, but this is the truth. They've sat there and had conversations about potential tears on Maddie's bottom. Okay. They've had conversations about her potentially being pregnant. Now they're having a conversation about where she would be dumped. And I cannot imagine. I'm telling you guys, I don't think I would survive it. There is no way in hell I would. I couldn't survive it. I couldn't live. Like, I don't know. I could not imagine being calm at all. I feel like I would probably need to be like in a mental facility or something. No joke. Or I don't know. Or, you know.
There, it tells me it's a waste of search.
Imagine
because when I put 90 plus people there, that's all day. Right? We got to coordinate that. We got to put them there. So we need fruitful searches.
Yeah.
So I need likely places that you think, and I need places you think based on the conversations with him, not because you can picture in your mind that there's trees there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's same. I could not survive it. When everybody's different.
There's no conversation I can think of where he's
Interested
in being anywhere near woods or it being along his way.
You said he got a flat tire. Tell me about the flat tire you got.
So he said he got a flat tire. I'm not sure when he got a flat tire, but he said he got a flat tire and then came directly home, and he got home around 2:40. So flat tire, he said he was driving down 192 and it just popped and shredded and fell apart. And he pulled over into a plaza and changed the tire for the first time in a very long time, and said he hurt himself doing it.
Pulled over in the plaza. That's not true. Dylan says that was her priority. She told his dad to get him a lawyer so that could be dealt with, and then the focus would be on Maddie. So, I appreciate all opinions. I do strongly disagree, but whatever. You're free to your opinion too. I don't know. I don't think there's really any excuse for wanting to get an attorney for a person who has been raping your baby for years. And now she's missing and presumed to be dead. I'd be worried about getting him, like you guys said, a casket, a burial plot. Not an attorney.
The frame of the car, something came down on his finger.
All his lies, I don't care, but I want to know what you question him about. Why was he there? What was he doing? There's no way you're the most trusting woman in the world. You just don't ask clarifying questions. I know no relationship I've ever been in is that trusting. He just tells you he's gone at 3 a.m, getting a fucking Wawa, and you're like, I don't have a bet. Same thing with this. It's like, oh, I got a flat tire, was here. Why is he in these places? Do you not question him? Why were you on 192? Why did you dip out at 3 a.m. with my car?
I didn't know he did that.
This is 2 times you went to 192. Went to 192 the day she disappeared, right? He's roaming, looking for her south of where she went missing, because supposedly she went missing. and 192 is south of where that is.
And I
Not very likely that that's the route she went on foot or abducted, and that him driving around is somehow going to locate her.
and he did.
We talked about that. It should have been suspicious. He was looking for her in that area because she wouldn't have walked there. So this is really interesting, though. Dylan says, I'm not trolling. I work in law enforcement, specifically with SOR. Moms take years to process their significant other. Is that what that means? Doing that stuff. And you expect this woman is expected to process that, and her daughter was horrifically. But Dietz makes a good point. If the focus was Maddie, she admitted. They asked, it just happened like an hour ago. If you rewind, they asked her, why were you concerned about getting him a lawyer? And she clearly says she thought they had the wrong guy. Very clearly, so that's just.
And he did I did question that. I was like, when I asked him where he's searching, he said 182. I said, why? That's nowhere where she would be. And he didn't give me a clear answer. And I don't know why I didn't push it. I just thought he was being stupid and oblivious because I don't see him as the smartest man. Like, I don't. I let him do what he does.
Yes, he does.
But I don't trust a lot of his. Is the word judgment? I'm not sure. But I just don't trust that he makes the smartest decisions sometimes. Like, he likes to act like the smartest man in the room, but I don't think he is.
Yeah, no shit. Doesn't make the smartest decisions, Meg. I thought when she told his dad to get him a lawyer, it meant she was coming after him. You are not alone. Bendy actually brought that point up to me and said, well, it could have meant this. And that's true. And again, we do not all process things the same. We truly don't know what we would do in a situation until you've been there. We do have to keep all of those things in mind. I don't disagree with you guys, but still, it's really hard to comprehend some of this. I can understand why people are so upset because I'm so upset.
Do what he does. Meaning?
I'm sorry?
You said, I let him do what he does.
Yeah.
What's that mean?
If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'm not sure. But I just don't trust that he makes the smartest decisions sometimes. Like, he likes to act like the smartest man in the room, but I don't think he is.
Do what he does. Meaning?
I'm sorry?
You said, I let him do what he does.
Oh, I didn't rewind far enough, but this is another thing that hit the detective's ears wrong. Just like I know too much, so I can't talk to him. It's just things that obviously to police, it seems like an uncommon or odd reaction for her to have.
Yeah.
They're questioning her about it.
If he wants to just get up and go to the store, I'll ask where you're going, but I won't stop him. Just let him go on his way. I'll let him do what he wants to do.
What do you think happened?
Wow.
I was horrified. Sorry.
Monday to now. You know she's deceased. We showed you pictures that she's deceased. We know that she was probably deceased Sunday and Monday. We didn't see her Monday morning.
I still don't want to believe she's deceased. I know you showed me pictures, but
for the purpose of this conversation, I need you to believe it because I need you to figure it out. I need you to tell me what you think happened to her.
I think he killed her that night.
How?
I don't know. Could it be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess or don't leave evidence or...
You guys, I'm sorry, but I have to point it out. Could he have drugged her or choked her? What do we know that happened to Maddie? On March 29th, I received the case synopsis from the medical examiner's office. Dr. Giles ruled the cause of death as strangulation and the manner of death is homicide. Not only that, we also know that he admittedly doubled her up on her anxiety medication, and Jen was questioned about Maddie getting marijuana pills. Now, it could be complete coincidence, but I cannot ignore the fact that her theory is that he drugged her and choked her. Now, she explains that because there's no, I guess, bodily fluids or evidence left behind in that kind of attack. But yeah, and let's also not forget that Stephan was searching for other drugs to put someone that they used to put people under. So God only knows what was in her system. Well, I mean, now they know, and maybe we'll know if there's a trial, but maybe we won't.
I mean, was there a mess? Was there evidence? I haven't gone upstairs. I don't know what you.
What? And that's another thing. How do you not inspect every single part of the house at this point? We are several days in. With everything you've seen and known, which, she had to leave because of the warrant. So I got to remember that. But still, I feel like I would be going over as soon as my child was missing. I'd be looking through my messages with them, their bedroom, anything for a clue. But that's, again, just me, and we're all different. But
You guys, I barely went into the house today, so I don't know what.
I need to know what you think happened.
I think he killed her.
You guys are all free for your opinion.
You mentioned drugged her, you mentioned other things. Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions, and we'll move forward day by day.
Went into the house today, so I don't mess or don't. Drugged her.
How?
I don't know. Could it be possible that he drugged her? Could he have choked her? I just don't know how you kill someone and don't leave a mess or don't leave evidence. Or, I mean, was there a mess? Was there evidence? I haven't gone upstairs. I don't know what you guys. I barely went into the house today, so I don't know what.
I need to know what you think happened.
I see your comment.
I think he killed her.
How? You mentioned drugged her, you mentioned other things. Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions, and we'll move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications which relax you and can make you sleepy.
Okay.
And Lunesta, I think, is a sleeping medication, like for insomnia. So I don't know if it's possible he gave her something and she was drugged. And in those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if she is dead and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
I'm absolutely speechless, blown away.
How do you think he got her out?
I have no idea because roommates come in and out of the house at any given point in the morning and we don't know their schedules. They can come in at any time. You guys showed me a picture, I think, of him or her in the car at 7:30 in the morning. My roommate left the house. She's the one who leaves the earliest. She left at 7:45. So like, what if he had waited a little longer? She would have caught him with carrying a body out of the house. How did he do that without being caught or seen?
A body?
That's what I don't understand because did you guys check and see if any of my neighbors have Ring cameras? Any? Nothing?
I don't know what data we've gotten from them, but at this point, I need to know what you think happened to her. I don't need you to ask us.
Sweetheart, they have cameras of every step of the way.
What we found.
Okay.
What we found has happened. I need you to come
Literally
up
every
with
step
your
of the
words
way.
in your mind.
They have
What do you think happened that night into Monday? Because we do not know.
That paired
I know
with
if the
it.
murder occurred Sunday or Monday. All we know is that when you went to bed, they went to bed together, and she's no longer here. So I need to know what you think happened to her, how he got her out of the house, where he went, how he got her into the car, what is your thought on what happened.
I think she was killed Sunday night into Monday morning. I'm thinking he carried her out of the house. I don't know how he didn't get caught by any of my roommates or no one heard.
Everybody's allowed to have their opinions, but you have to understand why people are so upset about this. I mean, even if you see things differently and you truly, because I have friends that see things differently with this case, you still have to understand where people are so upset, and you can't help but want to protect the child that needed to be protected so bad. It's just a feeling when you're following along with these cases. You have to understand why people are so upset, right?
You're saying he drove all around town.
Okay.
I'm not sure where he could have gone.
Oh, I believe that, Dylan. I'm not. I mean, I can see that.
And then him coming home and
That
leaving.
doesn't really mean anything.
What do you think? Knowing
She was
that he killed her.
manipulated,
That's suspicious as fuck.
It is suspicious as fuck. But if you're writing a book, what do you write? Let's say this is a fiction novel, right? You're now aware that he killed her, so now you can piece together a story of what happened, right? You don't know the story because you're not him, and you tell me he hasn't told you, so it's not real. So you're telling me what you think.
Yeah.
Right? We know he killed her. We know he drove out of there Monday morning. We know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. We know he discarded her laptop and one shoe. Right? So all her property was discarded to look like she's gone. That way he doesn't have evidence with him. They leave. You've been told that they drove around Orange County, Osceola County, wherever it was. We've pieced that together throughout the week. All right? He's told you where, at least in his version of where he was and what he was doing, right? But then you have all these suspicious times of when he's left and come back and he's gone here and gone there. So what do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know she's dead. You know that we've given you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing at 192? He was doing here. He was doing here. He was doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. But see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a good job or to move the body again. I don't know.
What? Okay, hold on. I'm really trying.
But him
I gotta
leaving
get
the
through
house
this, and I don't usually do long lives. Like, this is really long for me, and we still have a little ways to go. Hold on. Can I get the transcript for this? Hold on 1 second. Just 1 second, you guys. We gotta look at this. I'm sorry. What do you think of him leaving in the morning and driving around aimlessly? I feel like he stashed the body at that time when he came back and then left again, but see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a good job or to move the body again. That is another thing that just hits the ears wrong. I'm telling you, I cannot imagine being detectives in these moments. And AMAC, thank you for being a member for 5 months. I know that you're behind, but maybe you'll hear this. But what? Like, when I heard this the first time when Grizzly played it, and I heard the How could you move a body or move something in daytime? I'm just like, something? I don't know. Am I crazy that this bothers me?
I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. But see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check to make sure he did a good job or to move the body again. I don't know. But him leaving the house multiple times without his cell phone is sketchy as fuck. It's so suspicious.
Which is an intentional act. It's not accidental, so that can play into what you think happened.
Yeah. Do you think phone being on the dresser?
It was intentional. Her cell records and her cell data from her cell phone show it is not common for her to leave her phone at home. It is common for her to go to school with her. You know, teenager leaves their phone at home. That's what they're attached to it.
She's left her phone multiple
Her
times.
cell data shows that normally it goes with her, so that's intentional. You know it's intentional because he left his too.
Yeah.
Right? Whether it's an accident last Friday, this Monday, it's not an accident. So you think that he dumped her when he was driving around? You think that when he left, he went to check her body?
Guess who else left their phone at home? Letitia Stalk. I know I've said this before, but I can't help but think about it like, duh. She left her phone at home. It's so obvious. Come on.
Okay.
Why would you go back out to 182 without your cell phone? Like,
I don't disagree. So he goes out to 192. You think he may have checked where he dropped her or dumped her. He comes home. He tells you to just roaming around aimlessly. Right?
Yeah.
So that's twice on 192 in one day, because he went to look at the House of Cards bullshit or whatever it is,
Yeah.
and then he went to do the roaming to look for her on this random highway that he never goes to. Okay. We go into the next day and the next day. Think of the suspicious things he's done. Tell me what you think he's doing.
Him grabbing my phone and trying to log into his emails, that seems kind of suspicious.
Yeah.
What was he trying to see? What was he trying to do?
You can't be that clueless. Him getting into my phone, trying to get into his emails, that was kind of suspicious. What was he trying to do? Duh. He's just been caught with all these photos. He's trying to get into his Google account to clear his drive.
The thing is when he had my cell phone, now that I think back to it,
I agree.
he had something wrapped around it, so the phone was under a blanket, and he was like this. So I tried looking at the screen at one point, and I could see an email. But
And that was the cell phone we took from you today, or you gave us today.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to type this, but let me do it because it bothers me, the misinformation. And I've seen people with like pretty large chats giving out misinformation. She does not have immunity. She was given derivative immunity for one interview, meaning that as long as she was honest, they made a deal with her that anything she told during that interview and anything lies that she had told in the past and stuff like that, they could not use it against her. But if they were to find evidence, let's say, in her cell phone, in her email, pictures of her in these pictures, text that she knew what was going on, they can still charge her with that evidence. It is only they cannot use the information from that particular interview. And it upsets me because it confuses you guys. You know what I mean? And it's just, whatever. That's the facts.
Them's the facts.
Can you guys tell me if this is true? Because I recall a family member telling me something, like my sister.
Hold on.
Tree was the last thing searched on it, Amber Alert?
Her cell phone has Amber Alert searches in it, but I looked through her cell phone last night. I do believe that she may have been clicking on links for Amber Alerts that came through. I don't think she was actually searching them.
Okay.
They could have just been links she clicked on.
Okay. Because I wasn't sure if that was him Googling on her phone about Amber Alerts or if that was her.
That we will never know. He is not obviously cooperating.
Can you
Oh,
like,
well,
can you guys explain what happened yesterday?
Before that, I need you to continue going away.
Yeah. Where are we at?
Suspicious utilization of your phone.
Of the phone, him disappearing multiple times, him disappearing to Northport. What the hell was he doing? That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where he went, that is suspicious as all fuck. Why did he go to a storage unit facility? What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the
good question. There you go. Ask the question.
that to me is suspicious.
Do you put more weight on that than 192?
192, no, because 192 would be something happened in Northport. There'd be no reason he would
Do
take.
you understand what I was asking with that phrase? Putting weight on it? Like, do you?
Yes, 1 hour draft floors. That is the way that I understand it. If she would have been honest and said, anything that she said, as long as she was honest, they could not use that as evidence to arrest her. But they can gather other evidence. So let's say she admitted to, being in some of these photos or watching Stephan take photos or something, which is disgusting, but just for instance. And they found evidence of her in these photos. They could use it against her then. But yeah, that's the agreement she made. She was subpoenaed to come in, which to me makes me wonder, was she not cooperating at that point anymore? This interview is March 1st. Then that other one is April the 18th. She's subpoenaed to show up. She has to come. She comes with an attorney, a defense attorney. But
You feel like it's more suspicious what he was doing in Northport versus 192?
No, Hannah, it's a specific deal that they made. They actually discussed it in that interview.
I don't know which one's. I don't know which one is more suspicious to me. They both. 192 seems to me like the easiest place he could have dumped her or like figured out where to put her. Unless she was in my trunk the whole time and he went to Northport.
The trunk of your car?
Yeah.
Didn't you drive your car at some point?
I
You
did.
guys sit in your car at some point?
I did. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I would have probably smelled something, but I didn't. So I'm just trying to think, like, did he stash a body in Northport? No, I don't think so. He's probably hiding something or destroying something. So I guess 192 would probably be the most important right now.
Her being in your trunk is oddly specific.
The only reason I say that is because from what you guys have told me, he went directly from the hotel to Northport. I don't think he made any stops anywhere in Kissimmee or anything first and then went to Northport.
All we know is what we can piece together through accessible cameras and data. So his movements, his driving patterns, his actions, we can only 100% say what they are if they're on camera.
Okay.
So we can say he went to Northport because the car was in Northport.
Oh, he was on camera many times. Dylan says there isn't a shred of reasonable doubt that she had any idea, period. Well, Dylan, look, I'm not arguing that. I don't really think that's the argument anymore. Like we've heard in other interviews, maybe there was no evidence that she knew, but does that make her like she still has responsibility in this? That was her daughter. You know what I mean? She was supposed to be the one person protecting and looking out for her. I don't really think, for me anyways, the argument is, did she know? I know some people think she did. I'm not really sure. I don't know that I think she did, but I still think she's responsible for some of this, in at least to a degree. It's not always about your intentions. Sometimes it's just about your impact. You may intend to do something really great, but you might have a really bad impact on somebody. At the end of the day, you know, I think the impact outweighs intentions. That's just the truth. That's not the argument anymore, for me anyways. And to me, I don't really care what you guys think. Either way, like, I respect your opinion and enjoy like discussing it with you, but it's not going to get me upset or like, yeah, you can feel how you feel. It is what it is, but that's just how I feel.
Where he stopped, where he went in between, that cannot be factual from us if we don't have a camera. It can just be an assumption, which is why I want your assumption, because you know him, I don't.
Yeah. If I fell asleep at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, at the hotel, what was that, Monday night? Tuesday night?
One of them.
I'm just trying to think, like, could he have had time to stop somewhere, wherever he stashed her, and then took her to Northport?
Hold on.
I think he had time, wherever he stashed her, and then took her to Northport.
Wherever he stashed her. I'm not
think he had
comfortable with
time.
the language that they give out. It is what it is.
Has he cleaned your car since it came back from Northport? Was he brought it to a car wash? Has he detailed it, paid somebody to come out?
No.
Because you, through your, we call it a fiction novel, you pieced together what you think happened based on a suspicious activity, and you ended with, you think he put her in your trunk and brought her to Northport.
Yeah.
I know I asked you to make assumptions, but now I want to know why. Why is that how we...
So correct me if I'm wrong, but so far I do believe there will be 2 separate trials. One for the essay and one for her death. Now, I could see the state trying to combine those, but I can see an argument from an attorney that that may be unfair, because like we've seen that in other cases anyway, where they won't combine things like that because it might give the presumption of guilt just based on the fact they're combined or whatever. So just like you see the pictures of Stephan with her, does he get a fair trial over the charge of murder when you're including that? And there's an argument to be made there. You know what I mean? So yeah, Mayla's mom, that's what I'm saying. You guys can all have your opinions, but don't be rude to other people. Don't purposely try to get them stirred up. Don't get pissed if they don't see things the way you do. And then call them not like say people aren't being adults. That's ridiculous. All right, let's keep going.
You finished this. What is in your mind leading you to believe that is the ending of the story?
Because 192 seems like a really busy strip, and I can't think of anywhere immediately, like, other than going deep into St. Cloud, like passing St. Cloud, like going into Holapa or Harmony, that I could see some stashing the body somewhere around there. But Northport has so many wooded areas, and I feel like, I don't know, you would be familiar with both areas. I just don't know him to ever drive down 182 super far down, like into St. Cloud. But I've known him to drive around all around Northport. But see, I don't want to say anything and like lead you guys down to Northport to do a search and nothing's there. I'm just
We're gonna go everywhere.
We're searching the woods right now, which is not.
You're going to go everywhere. Thank you.
I just want to be like, I know you guys are like looking at me for the details, but I'm like, I don't want to send you on a wild goose chase.
We're going to go everywhere. Damn it. I love these cops. Sarah says, until trial, I think I'm going to argue devil's advocate just to keep an open mind. We don't know what we don't know. I recognize how it appears, but there are still too many gaps. And I was trying to type this out in a comment to you, but I thought I would just say it just for everybody. You know, that is totally fair, and I understand that. And I've really tried to give her the benefit of the doubt along the way. I wish and I envy the fact that some of you guys can look at this almost taking some of the emotion out of it, because I cannot. It's really hard. I'm trying. You know, I'm not saying that she deserves to be charged with murder, but I still think that her negligence led to this. You know, I'm not saying as far as the criminal statute necessarily, but just in general, her lack of attention and negligence did play a role. And I don't think it's bad to punish people when that happens. I think that you should and you have to. Now, I'm not saying anything about what charges I think she should get or whatever. I do, like I said, envy that some people can take the emotion out of it. It's really hard for me to do that, especially now, like it's building. I've had different opinions over time, but after hearing the text to Maddie's dad, the I can't risk it text, the Woody Allen comment, just all the little things along the way, it's really hard to becoming really difficult.
You know him better than us. You gotta really think.
There's something I can think of.
Where to take her?
I'm going blank. I have no idea.
I feel like you're becoming emotional right now. I feel like you want to tell us.
No, if I knew what to tell you, I would tell you. If I had the truth, I would tell you. I don't know anything.
Jennifer, where do you think you took her?
If I were him and I had to stash a body, but I would never do this. My mind would say to go to Lake Toho. There's a lot of woods there. There's a lot of gators. I don't want to think about it though. No, I know. I just don't want to think about her getting hit by gators. I don't know where she'd be next.
Like I told you, there's going to come to a point where we will. Right? Volusia County Sheriff's Office just found somebody the other day that's been missing for a long time. People get found. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick. I'm hoping this situation is today, tomorrow, Sunday, but we will find her. What you need to think about is when we find her, is there an opportunity or a chance that we are going to prove that you did not assist us to your full capability in this investigation? And if that is true, you need to think about the consequences of that. Consequences of hindering a murder investigation or a capital sexual battery investigation could be punishable up to probably the same charges, the same time in jail. I know you know that I don't believe what you're saying, and I know you know that I think you prioritize Stephan. But do you prioritize jail? You see what I'm saying? Like, if we come back and prove that you sat in this room and misled us,
No.
that you didn't lead us in the right direction, or that you assisted, or you acknowledged, or you knew, you're going to be warning from jail.
If I knew anything, I swear I would tell you. He has mentioned, we haven't discussed this. I had no suspicion of anything. He did not tell me any more details of where he went that day other than those shops that I had mentioned. I'm giving you my truth.
On any of the days that he came home after these suspicious outings, 192 trips, Northport trips, and everything else, did he change clothes? Did he come home and appear disheveled, sweaty, dirty?
I don't believe he showered. He didn't bring that many changes of clothes with him, so I know he's repeated his outfit over and over. It's possible he could have come home all sweaty and disheveled after the supposed changing the tire thing, but I wasn't home to see that. But other than that, I didn't see him come home dirty or sweaty or anything like that.
Did he do anything he normally doesn't do within the house around you?
No. No. He was acting very normal, sitting on the computer chair, chatting away with me, talking about not resetting his phone, updating his phone.
I just want to make one point about his clothes. So, and we've talked about this before, but just in case you are new, you haven't been here with me discussing this case or whatever, we do know that he had on a blue shirt in the interview on the news, and he had a blue shirt with his interview with detectives. Jen said he didn't wash clothes, and he didn't I'm going to pull it actually from the reports. She just said a few minutes ago he didn't wash clothes. He had a couple of the same clothes. He was reusing outfits. He told police he hadn't changed at all. Yet he's on camera in a red shirt. And one of the roommates said he was doing laundry, and that was strange because he never does laundry. So he obviously did do laundry. Maybe that's when she was at LabCorp, or I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to find that to show you guys.
Did he carry tools in his car to change the tire, typically?
I think he said there was a tire iron in the car and the jack.
Did he bring it inside? Did he leave it in the car after?
I think he left everything was in the car.
Did you ever go look at his car to verify that he changed his tire?
I don't think I did.
never dawned on you to go double check. Except by the time he would have got back from the tire, you were gone, right?
Yeah.
What you told us?
Yeah.
And then she was reported missing.
Yeah.
During that time.
Yeah.
It never dawned on you to be like, damn, did he really change his tire? Let me double check.
No. We got home really late that evening, and I didn't even think of doing that.
This is part of our problem. You did so many things and you never questioned it.
I didn't suspect him.
How can we believe some of the stuff that you're telling us, or believe that you don't know?
I don't know how to say it. I mean, I guess I'm stupid and gullible and very trustworthy, but I didn't think he'd be the type to do anything like this. I didn't doubt.
All right, just to point out what I was referencing to you guys. So one of the roommates does an interview. She said she did see the light on in Stephan's bedroom when she got home. She woke up at 9:30 the next morning, went downstairs to make breakfast, and she saw Stephan. He was going in and out of the house and up and down the stairs, frantically, in my opinion, trying to clean up his mess. The next time she sees Stephan was around 13:30, so 2:30 to 3. Wait, no, 1:30 to 2, I'm sorry. And Stephan was washing clothes. At one point she says, maybe it's in a different one, at one point she says that he doesn't usually do that, so that stood out. But then over here in this document, we see again, Stephan, she was inside her bedroom during this time and only saw Stephan while he was doing laundry. So he definitely changed his clothes and washed some clothes. Like I said, blue shirt in the interview with police, in the interview with the news, red shirt in the surveillance footage.
You lying to others.
Lying to
That you knew he was vindictive. You described him as not trustworthy with his family. You described instances where you document where he was lying to his family, lying to you, lying to others.
lying to his family, yes, but lying to
You
me.
discussed that he wasn't that good of a person. You had it wasn't this family. You're not describing him in a positive light at all. So this trust, this caring, all this stuff makes no sense because you, regardless of the victimization, describe him as a good person. He's stealing from his parents, right?
But he never stole from me.
You guys have no money, but all he's doing is ordering things, right? He's buying himself things. He's not. You described him as a selfish thief. You even called it a robbery, that he robbed his parents. So you're trusting this dude who you're describing as untrustworthy.
But I thought he was.
What happened to her? Where did you?
You not only trust him, you trust him with the most valuable thing that you have. Thing is not the right word, right? But our kids are our the most precious thing in our lives. So you didn't just trust this thief, liar, piece of shit with, I don't know, loaning him $20. You trusted him with your baby to essentially take care of her, to get her to bed, to get her up and get her ready for school, to take her to school, to do your job. That's the truth.
I can't fathom that. I can't wrap my head around that.
Yeah, he stole Maddie's Christmas money. Yep.
I think I only asked him if he took her to school. When I called him and told him to come to the office, I asked him if you dropped her off at school, right? Because she never made it. And he said, yeah. And I was like, she never made it. Where did you drop her off?
You guys sat in your car Tuesday night when I was out there. I was out there at least 4 hours. Just you two in that car.
Yeah.
You can't tell me you guys did not have any conversations about this. There's no way. A reasonable person would have been questioning him. You were the last person with her. What the hell happened this morning? You never did that in that car.
No, I didn't. I remember being on my phone.
Hey, Steph.
He was on my phone for a little bit.
What she got out of the relationship, Danielle, she said this herself. So she said that she wanted Stephan to watch Maddie instead of her mom while she worked and did what appointments or whatever she had to do. Because if Stephan watched her at her house, then she would get to see Maddie more. That's what she said.
I know I was medicated, and I was just zoning out. I wasn't thinking anything of anything. I never asked him. Just asking him that one time to me was, if he took her to school, that was enough answer for me. I don't know. I just wanted to think.
Unbelievable. And look, I'm not trying to be tough on her. I know. Like, it's just frustrating because you don't want to be unfair to someone. But look, if this was my friend, if this was my sister, I would have to tell them like it was anyway. This is ridiculous. Whether you did know or whether you just had your head in the sand because you were being selfish, it's still messed up. You know what I mean? That's kind of where I'm at this point.
Not think the worst, I guess. I don't know. But I just didn't think he did anything. Now I know. But then I didn't. I was still believing everything he was telling me.
Juvenile robbery suspects utilize the excuse of, I was high on bars, I took Xanax, I was blacked out. Right? Every juvenile robbery suspect you interview, I was, in your words, medicated, in their words, high, incapacitated, drunk. It's an excuse to avoid admitting what happened. When you say you're medicated, I can't think of an amount of medication that will numb you so bad to numb the fact that the investigation is occurring right in front of your face, but you're missing. So being medicated is just an excuse to avoid answering why you didn't discuss with him what happened.
Yeah.
It minimizes your guys' interaction by saying you were not fully coherent with her. Person I know who can sit in a car and watch a bunch of detectives and crime scene investigators and everybody else search her house, seize her house, and be so numb that somehow is not ringing bells, is not overcoming the power of this little medication. There's no way.
Wow. I mean, I agree. I completely agree. Holly says, do you think her constant sighing is a habit or she is annoyed? Well, I think it comes off like she could be annoyed, but I don't necessarily think that's the case. I don't, like, I'm trying to be fair to her. Maybe it's just like something from stress, but it does almost appear as if she is annoyed by certain questions, but I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt, and I don't think that's the case.
The human body will overcome that in a big situation. You didn't take enough medication to numb you of the reality of what was occurring.
I mean,
there's no way. Unless you were fully incapacitated, there's no way you were so numb that everything he described to you, everything I described to you was not in the forefront of your mind. You weren't numb. Just like these robbery kids weren't blacked out. They weren't high enough to not remember the robbery. They just don't want to talk about it.
No, it wasn't clicking. It didn't click to me. Like you guys telling me like it wasn't as obvious, like this and that. I still believed it just wasn't clicking. It didn't click to me. Like you guys telling me like it wasn't as obvious, like this and that. I still believed the story he had told me that while we were sitting in the car. I still fully believed everything he had told me. I didn't doubt him. I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy. I'm like, they're wasting time. The real suspect is out
I
there.
got a
She's
new
being
sister.
sex trafficked. That was my biggest fear, is that she was being sex trafficked. I didn't think that she would actually be dead.
But she thought enough to get him a lawyer.
I really thought you guys were going after the wrong guy.
At that point, from the jump, we've been trying to find her. That has been and will be our biggest priority.
Him getting arrested for victimizing her was an accident. We only discovered that she was a victim because we took his phone.
And I'm like so happy that happened, because if not, this would have continued to keep happening.
Well, it wouldn't have, because he killed her on Monday.
Talking about if she had been found. I don't know why.
Very, very anxious. The behavior panel did review her interview with the news. And if I remember correctly, they thought that, no, maybe they did. Oh, actually, let me not even guess on their opinion. I don't remember exactly. I feel like there were parts they pointed out that she was lying, but mixing it in with Dr. G, isn't that his name? He did a body language analysis of her, and he believes her. He believes that she's just gullible, unaware, like, but he believes her, not lying necessarily. And I've linked that in one of my last videos, I'm pretty sure. It's really interesting.
There's no, I've asked this before, but there's no like map you guys can show me of like with a highlighted route of where he could have taken, to see if I could recognize anything or suspect anything.
I can pull up a map on my phone of the areas you described, and we can go through it.
Sure.
You said House of Cards?
No. House game rules.
House of Cards. It's on Vine Street in Kissimmee.
Yeah, Oak Street.
There you go. That House game rules. Feel free to drag the map around as you please.
That's all of it. Oh my god.
And realistically, Florida has a lot of wetlands, so anything you see that's green may not necessarily be wooded, is maybe a rule, but we're looking more for where you think based off of this route, not necessarily just like the green parts of the map.
Yeah. In the back of House game rules, I have access to the lake. That is the one shop I can remember him specifically naming that he was going to that Monday. He said House game rules. Did he make it there? I don't know. See, if we ever went down 192 together, it would typically be in this direction towards 535, towards Disney. That's why I find it really strange that you guys say St. Cloud, because I've never gone into St. Cloud with him before.
So you told me you have a friend in St. Cloud.
I do.
I don't know if he knows, but explain to him where she lives, who she is. Explain that relationship to him, because I don't think he's aware of it.
No.
Oh, okay. So one of my really good friends lives off of Old Canoe Creek Road, off Nolte.
Okay.
I don't know what neighborhood though. She's one of my really good friends. She's somebody I know that lives in St. Cloud. She's one of like 2 people I know that live in St. Cloud. She's hung out with us, as in me and Stephan before. She's come over to hang out with me, and Stephan would be hanging out there too, so we would all kind of hang out together. But yeah, she's just a friend.
And you're 100% sure he's never been to her house?
Yes.
Do they have their own friendship? Or is it just that's your friend and the only time he ever talks to her or hangs out with her is with you?
Exactly. Just my friend. He would talk when she was around.
And you just told me about the second person in St. Cloud. Who is that?
Somebody I haven't seen in a long time.
We're almost
Her
done,
name
you
is
guys.
Courtney
We have
Brown.
about 20 minutes left. And full disclosure, I don't think I saw the last 15 or 20 minutes of this. So I'll be watching this part for the first time with you guys. Now, at this time, it is 3:18 p.m. The tip comes in at 4 p.m. Maddie is discovered by 4:30. So, yeah. And thank you guys for being here. I know it's been a long one. I am not... Usually my lives are like an hour, 2 hours tops. But yeah, I just didn't want to break this up. I wanted to go through it all. So thank you guys for doing it with me. All right, let's.
Rackman. She lives. Can you pull up the map? But he's never been over to her house either.
Search.
Oh, dementia is so hard, you guys. I'm so sorry for those who are going through that. I lost both of my grandparents, and my parents took care of them over the last few years. And it was just absolutely brutal to watch. So sad. Yeah, it was very close to when she was found. Matter of fact, this would end at 3:40,
She lives somewhere in
20 minutes before the tip comes in with the pictures and stuff.
Lake Lizzie to me is familiar. I would go hiking there often.
There's a preserve there.
Yeah, a few years ago, we would go hiking all the time with my friend Courtney, the one who lives right by there.
With Stephan?
No, Stephan would never come.
Now, would you tell him you're going to Lake Lizzie Preserve?
I've mentioned it before, yeah, on the phone.
Okay. When we talked about St. Cloud and, he had asked for your top 5 places, why did this ever cross your mind?
Lake Lizzie?
Any of these places in St. Cloud that you're familiar with?
I mentioned them the first time St. Cloud was brought up. I mentioned my 2 friends that live there. And then, I don't know if I ever mentioned Lake Lizzie. Not sure.
Do you know if Lake Lizzie was special?
She did enjoy going out there.
Was she verbal about that? Like, did she make that known to you guys?
She always told me that if we were to go hiking out there, to let her know, because I've gone hiking without her. I want to go. But it's been a really long time since I've gone a hike down Lake Lizzie with her.
Okay.
That's been at least 2 years. But yeah, those are the only places in St. Cloud that I would know, that I could think of, that he might be aware of, but
But your gut tells us No.
Lake Lizzie, probably not. Like, does he even remember what the name of Lake Lizzie is? Probably not. Is it okay if I look up password rules again?
Yes.
Or house rules?
Was he in the video games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
World of Warcraft, into tabletop games like Dungeons and Dragons and Warhammer 40K, card games like Lorcana, which is a Disney card game. That's what he told me he was going to go do Monday. He was going to go look for Lorcana cards, and that's why he was going to go to House Rules Gaming. He was just going to make a few stops, and I said, "Why are you doing that? Why are you wasting time?"
Mayate, thank you for making me laugh in such a difficult, like, this is so stressful listening to this. It's really tough. But they said, what kind of psychopath sits on a couch like that in the middle of both cushions? And I'm sorry, that was just, yeah, your comment caught my attention. And thank you guys for being here, Crystal. All right.
When we don't have money. Like, you don't have money to spend. He's like, "Oh, I'm just browsing. I just want to look. I want to see what they have available."
In the middle of, yeah, intel gatherings with all the little toys.
That's all he said. Every time I did question him, he always had an answer.
Gotta take a laugh when we can. Ooh, I know your guys' blood pressure is high like mine today.
Do you guys know, like, up until when on 182 you guys found him, see him?
Imagine what these cops
Like,
are
how far
thinking
down?
right now.
We just know it's St. Cloud.
So I keep thinking, like, house game rules on 182. Okay, it's got some secluded stuff in the background, or in the back of it. But it's still 182. It's still really busy.
She's the investigator now. It's so true, Chopper. It can be really upsetting. Yeah, they're just completely
Really
fed
busy
up.
till you pass me that.
Yeah, I think she's looking at, I don't know, GPS maybe? And like I said, I didn't see the last like 15 or 20 minutes of this. And when we're live and I'm trying to like talk to you guys in the chat, because for me, that's one of the most important parts of like doing live streams on my channel. I want to hear from you guys. So I'm trying to kind of multitask and listen to you guys and listen to this. So
I can't think of anything. I mean, passing me up.
So right now, I'm pretty sure you're still doing your film. I think. How'd you get here? You're driven here?
I was driven here, but my dad followed behind. I think you guys said my car might be ready.
We'll verify that in a moment. The investigation is still going.
Yeah.
Right, Stephan also is not in charge of murder. Right, just a
He's
sexual
not, or
battery.
he is?
He has not been.
Oh, okay.
He's just been charged with sexual battery. I have a couple questions for you that are going to be on record. They're going to be official. I'm going to need you to answer truthfully. Because if they determine that you did answer not truthfully, you can be held accountable for it.
Oh.
Make sense?
Yeah.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear that everything we talked about today in this interview is true and correct?
Yes.
Did you lie to me or the detective at any time?
No.
Okay. Do you currently know, or have you ever been aware of where his body has been since Monday?
No.
Did you have any? Were you aware at any time, whether it be the most recent instance or the first instance, victimization sexually by Stephan? Okay. At this time, you do not know where Stephan went on 192?
I don't.
You do not know where he went in Northport?
I do not.
And you have at no time this week in any conversations with Stephan where he disclosed what he did?
No.
Okay. The story that we talked about of what at one point we discussed that she could potentially have been in a trunk on the way to Northport.
Yeah.
Is that information you know to be true or an assumption?
An assumption.
Okay. Do you have any questions for us before we go check on the phone in the car? We may not be able to answer everything, but if you have questions, we can see if we can answer those questions.
Oh my God, you guys, I'm just on the edge of my seat, but I haven't seen this. Surely to God, she's got some questions, right? Let's see. Asha, thanks for
It's not
coming.
your only opportunity. Your only opportunity phase was you saying you swear.
Yeah.
You actually don't have opportunity. You obviously have numerous detectives' phone numbers. You have numerous agencies' phone numbers, things like that. So realistically, there will be other options for you to ask questions.
I don't think I have questions right now.
Okay. I don't want you to think I was purposely an asshole to you.
No, I know. You're
Alright.
doing your job.
Like I told you, like the sheriffs have probably reached out. You've been in communication with numerous people here. Those are my opinions and my opinions only. They don't reflect Sheriff Nina.
I have to pick my jaw up, you guys. Like literally, wow. Like, why do I keep questioning myself if I'm crazy? Surely she would have questions. She has no questions. All she really asks about is the phone in the car. Holy my God. I think it's Google Maps. Any mother would have many, many questions unless they already know. Oh my God. Mm-mm-mm. Wow. Okay. I'm honestly, I don't really even have anything to say.
Chief of PD, Kyle, any other detectives who talked to you. All right. I personally don't know. All right. We will be here all weekend. We will be here all night. My only hope is that you truthfully did not lie to us. You truthfully don't know where she was, and that you truthfully did not know what was happening to her.
Me too. And they do 8 p.m. Unbelievable. Wow. Let's see how she acts here. But Morbid says, do you ever see this in true crime much? Matter of fact, I'll let it play. You know, we follow so many different cases here. I really try to make an effort. I do these lives in the morning, called Coffee and Crime, and we go through a lot of unknown cases that aren't really getting a lot of attention. We also have covered, have talked about cases that are bigger here. But I would say this is a pretty unique situation. And can you guys think of any similarly situated cases that you've followed along with? Because I don't really think so. I mean, they're all unique, honestly, but yeah. I'm pretty surprised by the way she was treated in this interview, though. They truly were very suspicious of her. It does make me think, though, that if they had anything they could arrest her for, they would have. They're not happy with her. They're not taking it easy on her. They're not cutting her any slack. You hear about when police officers notify somebody their loved one has passed, and sometimes they'll bring a preacher and, they show up at your front door, they send condolences. This was not that at all. Gia says, I feel like Jen is mentally in shock. Let's see. I think Stephan had Jen brainwashed. I've seen many people say they thought she was also groomed. Yes, Hannah. So I had linked earlier the biological father's interview with the news. Let me see if I can get it again. I'll link it for you guys. He has spoken out. He had questions too. He lives in Texas. They did see Maddie, not a whole lot. He said, he had questions for Jen as well. He wasn't really ready to jump on the bandwagon of blaming her, but he also wasn't letting her off the hook. He had questions. Let me see. I'm going to find the interview for you guys. Matter of fact, I might have this video. I might have a video that I can play. And then I'll link it as well. Wonder what she's thinking in these moments. Wouldn't you just be like piecing together all these things you've talked about, and think of how this sticks with us? I mean, there's no escaping it for her. Okay, here's the local news. I feel like I would be going over every single interaction between Maddie and Stephan, looking for clues I missed and blaming myself. I've literally had that exact thought, Jen, because wouldn't, like, when I was thinking about it, like the text messages and stuff like that, you'd be going through your messages with her messages with him, just every single little interaction you would be replaying, trying to pick out how this happened, in my opinion. Oh, Kelly, I hope you do get some good sleep tonight, though. Lil Red, I believe she is thinking, wow, what a dumbass I look like. Maybe she thought she would have a happy life now with Stephan. I would be replaying everything, I think. I think so, too. What, Avery? What are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Please clarify that for me. If you truly didn't know floods of inconsistencies would be spewing out of her mouth, but you can hear nothing of the sort. She can't remember anything and had absolutely no idea. I can't believe we've been on here freaking 4 hours and 30 minutes, you guys. But thank you for hanging out with me today and going through this. Okay, let's see. Her dad's little, his interview is loading, so I'm going to try to play it for you guys. After we get to the end of this. It's almost over. They do come back in at the end for just a second, it looks like. Okay, I've got it ready.
So here's where we're at right now. Your car is obviously able to be released to you, the Nissan. It requires us to do some paperwork because we did log it into our system. So now that it's in our system, we got to release it properly to you, which is no big deal. It'll take a couple minutes. Because of the high profile. All right, I know you said we can download your phone, and I do appreciate your cooperation with that. But because the same way we do with Stephan and every other phone and digital device we've seized, they're making us write a search warrant on it, which really doesn't affect you too much. The search warrant is a legal thing. It's not a youth thing. It's not a trust thing. But with that, it takes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
All right, so I can release your car to you right now. We can go facilitate that downstairs. I cannot make you a promise that that phone will be downloaded by the time your car's ready. What I can promise you is that the moment it is downloaded, if you have left from here, I will bring it to you. You're staying with your sister still? Does anybody have your sister's phone number that we can make sure we can?
He is speaking to her with an incredible amount of respect and care, in my opinion. I am just so impressed with this entire interview, with the investigation. And yeah, it gives me a little bit of faith. I've got it turned down low. I'm sorry. It gives me a little faith that I'd kind of lost with some of these cases that we talk about.
Communicate with you on?
Yeah. My dad is downstairs, I think, waiting for me, so I can give you my dad's number since he'll be
Whatever
with me.
phone numbers we can have, just to make sure that if we are unable to give you the phone back today, we'll throw my shit out there. That way, if we are unable to give you the phone back, we at least are able to contact you, and we want to make sure you have the phone to contact us if something arises, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, for sure.
What's Dad's number? What's his name?
My dad's name is
The sound is redacted.
To your condo? Or are you gonna go to?
I don't think I'm returning to my townhouse ever again. I want to. I want to be staying with my sister.
I don't think I'm returning to my townhouse ever again. I don't want to. I'm going to be staying with my sister.
So what we'll do is we will walk you out this back parking lot. If the car is in the back corner, so I'll walk with you. We'll go through the back, so we don't go through the front lobby. It wasn't press conference today. Obviously, none of us got to see what was said. I assume it's just an
Oh,
update.
Elena, thank you. I appreciate that so much.
But we will go through the back to go get the car. And that way we are not walking through the front lobby and making you wait out there. I don't know if there's still media present. I assume you're not in the state or mood to go walk past 32 news cameras. So we will go out the back and get the car, and I'll show you how you can leave here. And we can call your dad from the back so you can know where to go or where to meet you. You can just tell him, hey, she's going to be in the back parking lot. You can drive around. You guys can follow each other out or whatever you choose to do that way. All right?
Jesus. It's just so sad because at the end of the day, she leaves and goes and does whatever. And Maddie, she doesn't get to live on. She's I don't know. It really hurts my heart, you guys. It's so sad. Before we get into the last thing I want to show you, I just want to again say thank you so much to Grizzly for allowing me to use this video without commentary. I appreciate it so very much. And a special thank you as well to Lil Red, who requested these for us. Amber and Teresa sent me some links as well with, I believe, the same video. And I just appreciate you guys so much helping gather all the stuff for this. And the original video, I can't link because I don't think that it's, I have a video linked in the description where you can check out where this was first dropped originally. So please do that. And yeah, thank you guys, all of you. I really appreciate all you guys being here, you guys helping me, the mods. Appreciate Grizzly letting me use this. Just, yeah. Okay, so the very last thing I want to show you is many people hadn't seen this. Many of you guys, I'm surprised you didn't even know that Maddie's dad had spoken out before. So I found his interview. It's a 3-minute video. So we will watch that together and then I'll let you guys go. Do you have Stephan's interview? Yes, we do. But I'm not going to do that today. I haven't even watched it yet, you guys, but we will do that soon for sure. We'll hang out and watch that. I know that it's super long. However, the first several hours, he's just waiting. So it shouldn't be as long as this. I can't believe we've been on here for almost 5 hours. But before I let you go, one last thing. Let's flip over to here. I'll link this in the chat as well. Let's go ahead and put it in there. Hey, Delaney. So this is what her dad had to say.
We'll only see on Channel 9 for the first time.
And this was April 12th. So about a month and a half after everything happened.
The biological father of Madeline Soto is speaking out about the life and tragic death of his 13-year-old daughter. Madeline was first reported missing in late February after she didn't show up to class at Hunters Creek Middle School. The day after, only Channel 9 spoke with both Madeline's mother and her boyfriend, Stephan Stearns. Stearns is now in jail on sexual battery charges. And then last month, Madeline's body was found in a rural area of St. Cloud. And so far, no one has been charged in her death. Today, Maddie's dad told our Shannon Butler he has confidence that investigators will bring whoever killed his daughter to justice.
She looks so much like her dad, right? Look at that. Thank you, Delaney. You guys are so sweet to me. You don't have to do that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And also, I hope you feel better. That sucks. It's that time of year, you know, back to school and all the sickness and the bugs and all that. But yeah, thank you. You guys are awesome. Thank you for all the kind words in the chat. All right, let's listen to this and see what he.
Tell me about your daughter.
Maddie was just the most important person to my wife and I. She was just full of joy.
Tyler Wallace had last spoken to his daughter on her birthday. He had no idea it would be the last time. How did you find out?
I was informed through a phone call from Jennifer that she was missing.
What was her demeanor?
Jennifer's?
Was she calm? Was she freaking out?
I would say anxious.
The next morning.
Now, you know I got to interrupt. I just want to take you back to this time. Well, hell, look now. People are outraged at Jen. This is not a new thing. At this time, in April, people were furious, had a lot of questions for her, especially because it just had started coming out that she did lie to the news and in her initial report in the missing persons papers that she filled out. She didn't just lie to the news, she lied to police. So remember, when you're watching this, that's all what's been going on. And he's been seeing it from Texas on social media and on the news and stuff.
He got in his car and drove from Texas to Florida, only stopping for gas. But shortly after he got here, Madeline Soto's body was found in this rural area of Osceola County. Her mother's boyfriend, Stephan Stearns, is charged with sexual battery and possession of child sex abuse
Her rubbing
material.
his back.
He is
Lord
the
have
main
mercy.
suspect in her murder after investigators say Stearns is on video dumping her backpack and laptop in a dumpster in the early morning hours of the day Maddie was reported missing.
Did your daughter ever indicate that something was going on in that house?
Not to me, no.
What did you think of Stephan Stearns?
I had interacted with him on Instagram a couple of times loosely, just kind of seeing if he gave me the ick or if he seemed okay. And as far as I was interpreting his demeanor, he seemed like a warm, interested, but like not responsive, very often person.
What do you think?
Wow, you guys. Crazy. I'd kind of forgotten exactly what he said.
Think of him now.
I don't want to say that on camera.
Mm.
I can't communicate to you. Every father knows what I'm thinking right now.
Tyler met with Kissimmee police about their ongoing investigation.
But do you think that Jennifer Soto knows more?
Exactly what that officer said, which is, what was the words? Something about them MF or dead or something. I can't remember exactly how he worded it.
Kissimmee police about their ongoing investigation.
But do you think that Jennifer Soto knows more?
I don't know, and I am interested in knowing, but I don't have reason to believe one way or the other right now. These are the things that the investigators are looking into.
And now he won't get that chance. Instead, he's here to take the little girl's ashes home to be with him now.
Was Jen a good mother?
I don't know how I can excuse this. I don't know how I can excuse this.
Wow, you guys. Wow, it's what we've all been saying, right? Even if she was not aware or involved, I don't know how you can excuse this. I know, not responsive. KPM, I wondered about that as well. I just want to hear this one more time. I'm not going to pause it till the end, but it's powerful what he has to say. And also it shows us that he was curious and, of how much Jen knew, right? And what role she played in this situation.
Do you think that Jennifer Soto knows more?
I don't know, and I am interested in knowing, but I don't have reason to believe one way or the other right now. These are the things that the investigators are looking into.
And now he won't get that chance. Instead, he's here to take the little girl's ashes home to be with him now.
Was Jen a good mother?
Maybe they split him, Rocco.
I don't know how I can excuse this. I don't know how I can excuse this. I don't know the whole truth, though. I need to hear more.
Yeah,
I need to hear more to
absolutely.
answer that question.
Shannon Butler, WFTV Tonight.
I don't know how I can excuse this. I need to hear more. I mean, I love that. What a respectable answer. I know people have their thoughts on, they didn't get to see each other much. I'll take that as a sign. It's time for me to end this. I got completely kicked off. Tess, I just seen your text. the opportunity to bash Jen. He didn't, but he also was honest because you can't excuse this. This is horrific. And I don't know. I just have so many thoughts. I'm gonna sit on it and think about it. We'll talk about it again because there are more interviews and stuff for us to go through, but I really need to just think about everything that we've seen and heard. Now, will the trial be televised? I'm not sure, Maria. I certainly hope. Little Red says, what is your thought on her disregard for the service or the ashes? So I don't know because I don't know if that's true. Is it possible that she got half of the ashes and he got the other? Is it possible that she did go to the service? I'm not really sure. Until I know 100% that it's true, I'm just kind of up in the air on it. But I would like to know. Mic drop. Oh, thank you, Caro. Graciela, we're going to go through some of the other interviews, and of course, in the morning tomorrow, I want to get back to Coffee and Crumb. I know that it's not the most popular thing or like the most viewed thing on here, is talking about some of these unknown cases, but it is just really important to me. So I want to really give it a good effort to keep doing that, and then we'll continue to look into this. Jen and I got an email. Our new calls are done, and they should be here soon. So we have a lot to go through, but yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I can't believe it's 1:00. I got to go get my day started. And yeah, hopefully I helped you guys get through the start of your day. Thank you to the mods. It infuriates me too, Mayla's mom. Yeah, Jen, we've seen in other cases where bashing happens. Absolutely. It is an awesome chat group, you guys. Thank you for everything, sharing your opinions no matter how you feel, and even especially when we disagree, because I don't know, that's how we learn from each other, and we can maybe gain some understanding from other people. I don't want to just talk to people that only 100% agree with me. Like, is it validating when you think something and you're like making a point and people are like, yes, you're right, yes. Then you're like, yeah, that's great, whatever. But I don't know, just for the purpose of learning more and evolving and for good conversation, it's nice to have all opinions. So anyway, oh, Graciela, thank you. I'm so glad that you're here. Hey, Carolina. All right, you guys, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you for being here. We'll talk to you. We are awesome. That is so true. Yeah, and like Roro's gonna do a 20-minute goodbye. I'm really trying to keep it short, so I'm just gonna end this. But no, thank you guys for everything, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye.